unless you as a group of people, unless you as a race recognizes your quality, who you are, and project that and stand by it, defend that your belief or whatever it is, no other person can accord you that respect or that protection. I'm trying to use it to segue into what we're about to say. We're about to do, because they are quick to invoke one Nigeria. We are one Nigeria. We're one Nigeria. That is when they want to use that as a deception to galvanize the people. I'm talking about the ruling, so-called ruling class. When they want to galvanize the poor masses, deceive them, continue to perpetrate the criminality, the wickedness they have been carrying on. When I invoke this elite or the ruling sections of Nigeria or Africa, but we're talking about Nigeria now, it cuts across the board: religious elite, socioeconomic elite, political elite, name it. They will invoke one Nigeria or one whatever they are talking about. If it's in Christian, they'll talk about we're all Christians. But pay attention where the deception comes in. When just like invoke today, tell me if they truly believe in this thing to their core. Mazi, can anybody explain to me why a fellow Christian will be killed in the north, whether it's Deborah, whether it's the Deeper Life woman, and the Christians in the south and west cannot rise up and galvanize and raise up their voice either in protest or boycott or whatever?
Let me also put something there before you continue, please. Do you know, I think I read in the news, just the headline, there is something that happened in India. You know, I don't know how long now, but I know it's not long time. I think there was a Muslim, either mosque or Muslims that were kind of attacked in India. So do you know that the whole Muslim world, they sanctioned India in a way, boycotting Indian goods, many places in Arab countries, even in some African countries that are Muslim countries. They sanctioned India by boycotting India, you know, that they shouldn't do anything of such. This is in solidarity. But when it comes to Nigerians, Christians, or anything, everybody mind your business. And that is why they are taking everybody, killing. When they slaughter Christians in Kaduna, other people, it doesn't concern anybody. Now, what is the need? Wanda, please continue.
So that's what I'm trying to bring out. So, you know, they will have this nonchalant attitude. Oh, they have the Hausa Christians. Oh, it happened in the north. Oh, by the time they will travel to the north and come to the south or east, oh, it's impossible. So they don't do anything. But they forgot that there's a reason why people invoke that word, cohort. Your group, you protect it. In Igbo, it's called Gidi Gidi Ugweze. You come together and say, it's not, and then we were even in biblical, according to the Christian Bible, it says, one cord is easy to break, but when you get more than the cord, 2, 3, 4 cords, the more cord you weave together, the more difficult it is to break that particular rope if it has many cords. So what I'm saying here, Mazi, what you said, you know, that is what the elites that they have used in dividing the people on the lower scale of rulership or citizenship. And the unfortunate issue, Mazi, or the unfortunate thing is that these individuals that are being used as a pawn in the hands of this elites don't even understand it, because as soon as they understand it, Mazi, the game will be changed. The game will be a game changer. Mazi, if we can recall, a couple of years ago, many years ago, something called Arab Spring that literally galvanized many parts of Arab world and changed leaderships, changed status quo, changed things. It was just an orange seller. an orange seller that got tired of what was happening in Tunisia. He set himself ablaze. Mazi, when that thing started with that man, people that got involved in Arab Spring, even including in America where I am, it had nothing to do with your religion. It had nothing to do with ethnicity. People that got involved because we are talking about human element. This is what Nigeria is lacking. And these politicians, these religious people, they know it. That's why they are playing it. I've always asked a question. If you're advocating for one Nigeria, does it matter who gets hurt? Shouldn't they rise up as one Nigeria? Let me tell you what is so unique about Ohamadike Mazi. Each time I listen to that man, I get inspired even more. When Mazi, I heard and I learned and I found out, when Mazi was incarcerated, I think in the 2017 before he came out or whatever, or 2015 or 16 when he was incarcerated, or even when the Shiite leader was put in prison, Mazi advocated for him. When Mazi was incarcerated, when he came out with a group of Muslim and Hausa boys that testified that when Mazi was in there, he was advocating for them. They argue. This is what makes this man unique. And one of the reasons he's a leader, not just a leader, a good leader. Mazi is aware or was aware that the Shiite was not a Christian. He was aware that those people he was advocating for while he was incarcerated were not Christians, were not Igbos, have nothing to do with his race, or his religion, the religion he believes in. But Mazi understood that we are talking about human element. We are all human beings. We should be all human beings first, before any other thing comes, because we are all in this planet to either make it good for all of us to enjoy or sink it as the big Titanic and we're all sinking. That's what is happening in Nigeria. These elites, because it's all about them, about their own welfare, about their own whatever they want to do with their family. They make us to believe stupidly that we should not associate with one another. Look at what just happened in this their so-called political, what is happening now. These people, PDP, APC, whatever you call them, they can come together and have a meeting. You never had. They fought themselves. But when they come out from their cocoon, they begin to use us to destroy us, just for them to gain whatever they're looking for, which in this case is political powers. The same thing the religious people do. I invoked this in one of our meeting, our broadcast recently. There was a time a damn pope, an imam, and the Palestinian leader, I think it was Arafat, and a Jewish rabbi, head of their I don't know what they call them, but they're head of their religion. They met in Rome. They had meetings, and after that, there was a photo up where three of them took a picture. If you Google it, you see it. They were smiling. I never saw them shot at each other. When they were in their closed door meetings, they never cursed each other out. They never killed anyone. They didn't even try to convert one another to say, leave your religion, come to me, my own religion, because mine is superior. They never did that. But once they come out, they start telling their followers, because that's the problem we have today, and that's what we're about to discuss. Oh, a Muslim is going to hell because he's a Muslim. Then the Muslims will tell, the imams will tell the Muslims, the Christians are infidel, because of that they deserve to be killed. The Hindu will be telling the other one, their own, because they are not Hindu, oh my God, they don't deserve to. This is what we are about to discuss today. But they can come together. Why can't we pay attention and realize that we are being used? Because if it's so, Osibanjo had 7 years to minister to Buhari. If Osibanjo believes that the religion he invokes as a Christian, and he is a head of a movement, a Christian religious movement in Nigeria, can Osibanjo tell us the last time he started, whether this guy is the real Buhari or an imposter? Because he has had opportunity to meet both of them. Can he come and tell us the last time he raised a crusade for him? Can he come and tell us the last time he ministered to him to convert, to come to Christianity because Muslim they are going to hell? They don't know God, the true God.
You are preempting. Let us move into.
So I'm going to pause here. I just want to juggle the mind of our people before we go into the main course. That's why I just kind of touch them. Let our people start thinking before we go in, because what this one is, what we're eating that is called precursor, before the main course. Before we get into the main course, I want our people to start thinking. So that we start dishing out this meal today, they will roll with us, so that at the fullness of time they can ask the right and thought-provoking question. Mazi, I'm going to rest right here as we roll to the main course. God bless you. Thank you all for listening right now. I'm going to segue. Thank you.
Do not forget that you are listening to Radio Biafra Hausa-Service, coming to you through Radio Biafra London. Today is the 11th day of June 2022, being Saturday. We are here discussing or on discussions concerning religious matter, and the topic of our discussions today is a question. It is, are some religions superior to others? Are some religions, or is there any religion that is superior to others? Listen. Are some religions superior to others? It's a question. Now we go direct. This is the problem that is being, that is occurring in this planet Earth. Superiority. My religion is only way. The other one says, you are infidel. And I don't know whether even our people, some people come to understand that even the spirits too, they have maybe Christian spirits, and they have Hindu spirits or Islamic spirits. I don't really understand. That is why we ask these questions today. This question: are some religions superior to others, or is there any religion that is superior to others? This is a question. Now, the world's primary religions fall into two categories. Listen attentively, please. Because why we do what we are doing is called emancipation from mental slavery. Because when you go to, for example, comment section, like the other day we are talking, somebody was asking, hey, you people are talking of history every time, story. We have things that are happening in our land. How do you prevent it? Only coming to radio talk story, and I laugh. This is ignorance to the highest level. Ignorance to the highest level. I don't know whether the person wants us to stop. Okay, we shut Radio Biafra. You don't know that what we are doing is what spurs people into action. Because when you remove it's just like somebody that have luggages. For example, you have maybe you are holding, lifting, going with luggages in your pockets, in your sack. You have many luggages that are weighing you down, and you need to run. You need to run fast, very fast. With all those luggages, you cannot run. Until one after the other, you jettison all those luggages. That is when you'll be free and run. Run the fastest that you are created to run. That is what we are doing. We are removing the ticks. Ticks that is hewing people down. Ticks that is making people not to think straight. That is what we are doing here. So do not forget, are some religions superior to others? Or is there any religion that is superior to others? The world's primary religions fall into two categories. Abrahamic religions, such as Christianity, Judaism, or even Ordinala, in our own way, and Islam. and Indian religions, which include Hinduism, Buddhism, Sikhism, and others. Of the world's major religions, Christianity is the largest, with more than 2 billion followers. Do you understand it? Now, here comes the question. Does this make some of this world's primary religions to be superior to others? That is the question. And the answer is no, no, and no. Religion is man-made. We have been saying it here always. It is man-made. This is why every religion has a starting date. But spirituality doesn't have any starting date. People are combining or mixing up religion with spirituality. It is not the same. They are not the same thing. You understand? Religion is man-made. That is why religions have starting dates. They started one day. Now let me go into a bit details. Judaism is a tradition grounded in the religious, ethical, and social laws as they are articulated in the Torah. That is the first 5 books of the Hebrew Bible. Judaism started just more than 3,500 years ago. Do you see? It has a starting date. It started more than 3,500 years ago. Just more than 3,500 years ago. And humanity has been existed before 3,500 years ago. Just take note. Now, owing to Bible records, what was the religion of Adam, who was communicating with God? That is number one. I want people to be assimilating what we are saying, please. To be assimilating it. Owing to Bible records, what was the religion of Adam, who was communicating with God? The same God Christians, Muslims believe or think that they are communicating with. What about Cain and Abel? I'm telling you what you read, what you know. Because I don't have to go and start mentioning the ones you don't know. In the book you don't know. Maybe in Hindu, I'll be quoting Hindu book. No. This is the primary book we know. What about Cain and Abel? I want to ask, what was their religion? But they were communicating with the same God of the Judaism, Christians and Muslims. We read in the book of Genesis, please, because I know when we show proof. Genesis chapter 4, verse 3 to 10. It's recorded. Chapter 4, verse 3 to 10, please. Now, it says, and in process of time, it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruits of the ground an offering unto the Lord. Listen, but he was not a Judaism. He was not a Jew. He wasn't a Jew, Cain. Do you understand? He wasn't practicing Judaism also. But Cain brought out of the fruit of the ground an offering unto the Lord. It's recorded. And Abel, he also brought the firstlings of his flock and of the fat thereof. And the Lord has respect unto Abel and to his offering. Do you understand? What I want you to understand that they were worshiping God in their own way in that time. That time Judaism never started. You understand? Because it's Abraham that started Judaism. So Abraham was not born that time. Even.
Mazi, sorry to interject. Please. None of the so major religions have ever started by then. Let's have it that way. Thank you, Mazi.
Okay. Now, but these people were communicating with God. They offer Hana Swaja. They do many things in order to commune with the Spirit. Do you understand? I want people to understand, step by step. Okay. Now, this is Cain and Abel, okay? They were communicating with the same God of the Judaism, Christians, and Muslims. I'm talking about all these three that we know. At least. Okay. What of Noah that found grace in the eyes of God? In Genesis 6:8, God communicated with Noah to build ark. What religion was he practicing? Yet Noah found grace with God, and God communicated with him to build an ark to save himself and anybody that agreed to enter the ark. That is Genesis chapter 8, chapter 6, verse 8, and also from verse 13 to 15. This is something that is written, so it's undisputable. You understand? These people existed before Abraham. Abraham started the tradition we call Judaism today. Abraham was from the land of Ur. Do you understand? Or the Chaldeans, Babylon. Do you understand me? Now, these people, they were not Christians, neither Muslims, neither Jews. Because Abraham was not. Abraham is the father of the Jews and the Ishmael, Arabs, according to the interpretation. So Abraham was not born that time, but God was talking to these people, communicating with them. Therefore, the same way the Europeans came into our land and they saw us communicating in our own way with Biama, all of a sudden these people managed to convince us through conquests, both hard and soft ways, in order to turn against our own system of worship. Is it not something highly absurd? That is a mind-boggling. Do you understand? Whereas even in the Bible you are reading, pre-Judaism era, pre-Abraham era, before Abraham, Adam had been interacting with God. The same God you are calling today, yo, God of Adam, but they were but it's not the religion you are practicing today. Cain was not the same. Cain and Abel that God took his sacrifice. Which ritual did he did? Under which law? Under which religion? What I'm trying to expose to you is for you to understand that there is no religion that is superior to another, because all are channeled. Now let me continue. Christianity started with the birth of Christ some 2022 years ago. He has a starting date. Before that time, people have been existing, communicating with God differently, communicating with the spirit world in their different ways. Okay. Unlike Judaism, Christianity was used as a weapon of conquest. It was imposed on conquered people all over the world. This is why it is practiced by a large population of people in the world. But Judaism was kept hidden because it's their custom. Judaism was kept hidden and conserved by her natural adherents instead of imposing them on conquered people. This continued until one man they call Paul, a Gentile, came into the scene and exposed the self-modified teachings of the cherished Judaism to fellow Gentiles, and the foreign power of the time got hold of it, restructured it, modified it with their own traditional religions, and exported and imposed it to their conquered territories till date. Do you understand? Now, let me go also to Islam. The start of Islam is marked in the year 610, following the first revelation to Prophet Muhammad at the age of 40. Muhammad and his followers first spread the teachings of Islam through the Arabian Peninsula. They also used it as a weapon of conquest in order to Arabize their conquered territories. I don't know whether you understand what I'm trying to make you understand, give a brief history, so that you understand that all these religions, they are man-made, they have dates. They have starting dates. The same way you see somebody build a church, go and rent a house or a room and start a clapping hand, being a man of God, being pastor. From there, the thing will grow. It has a starting date. Do you understand? But some people are made to understand that their religion is just throw it from heaven. That is life from the pit of hell. Religion is man-made. It is somebody's perceived way to enter spirituality or to communicate with the spirits. That is somebody's way. I mean, perceived thinking, what he thought. Because all this, that is why it's belief.
Pay attention to this video.
It's not reality, it's belief. Oh, this person say, now you follow like this, you follow like this, you do this in the morning, in the evening you do this, and now that is how you communicate with God. Another person say, no, my own is like this. So it is man-made. That is what I am trying to bring out here. Okay. So you know that Islam is marked in the year 610. That is the starting. Hinduism is the world's oldest religion. Hindu. Many people don't understand that. It is the world's oldest religion. You know why we are not accustomed to the Asian history? Because that is not what they didn't colonize us with Hindu. You know? And, the Europeans pushed all their history in our heads. That is the thing. So the only thing we know, or most of the things we know, is about Europeans mostly. That is the thing. The Far East, we didn't know about them. I mean Europe and the Middle East. But the Far East, we didn't know about them. But let me tell you, Hindu is the world's oldest religion, according to many scholars, with roots and customs dating back more than 4,000 years. The 900 million Hindu followers are mostly found in India. Because the religion has no specific founder, it is difficult to trace its origins and history. Hinduism is unique in that it is not a single religion but a compilation of many traditions and philosophies. That is Hindu. Do you understand? So it's also man-made. Buddhism was also founded in northeastern India by Prince Siddhartha in the 6th century BC. Having achieved enlightenment, he became known as Shakyamuni and preached a path of salvation to his followers. That is exactly the same thing. He became enlightened. Now he started preaching what he think his path of salvation to his followers, which means it is started by man. That is simple. But when you tell the adherents, they will tell you no, this is they will be telling you folk's tale. That is what we hear in religion, folk's tale. Do you understand me? Now, Shinto also is the indigenous religious beliefs and practices of Japan. Shinto, they call it Shinto. The word Shinto, which literally means the way of kami, that is sacred or divine power, specifically the various gods or deities, came into use in order to distinguish indigenous Japanese beliefs from Buddhism, which has been introduced into Japan in the 6th century CE. Shinto has no founder, no official sacred scriptures in the strict sense, and no fixed dogmas, but it has preserved its guiding beliefs throughout the ages. Let me tell you more a bit. These are people that are wise. Shinto is just like our own traditional belief. It didn't have no name. This name Shinto came in 6th century. Do you know why they gave it that name? In order to distinguish it. Because before it didn't have name. It's just their traditional way of life. So no name. Just like in our own. We call it Ordinala. It didn't have no single name. Now, when the Indians brought Buddhism to Japan in 6th century, Japan, in order to distinguish their own, it's just like maybe you have a territory, land. No person owns it, but you used to cultivate there. It's a general land. Now a time come, some people came and started cultivating, taking, building barbed wire in order to demarcate. What are you going to do? You secure your own first. You also go and secure your own. Anywhere you can grab, you grab it and secure. Say, this is what Japanese did. They brought, Buddhism from India to Japan, and Japan say, oh boy, let us call ourselves name. Maybe because they call their own Buddhism, our own don't have name. Before you know it now, it will take hold. Our people will flow to it. So they now coined a name for their own. Call it Shinto. And the real meaning of Shinto, it is the way of the sacred or divine power. That is the way of the gods. That is what it means. The same way they called voodoo. If you hear voodoo, hey, Chineke, you say no, the witches and wizards, the spirit of voodoo, I cancel you. This is ignorance, for goodness sake. Voodoo is a language. In fun, they call it a fun language in Togo. It's a language in Togo. What it means is spirits. Spirits. That is voodoo. Spirits. Do you understand? So that is the only thing. But when you hear it, the way they describe it, the way they do, you say, nah, no, and no. It is their own way of life. It is their own tradition. It is their own religion. Because religion is man-made. There are things that can make people start believing or start adopting in their way. The climate, the environment they live, it plays a lot. The situations they live, the environment, it contributes a lot to the type of belief people engage in. Do you understand me? So there is no religion that is more than others. Shinto, this Japan, they are very wise people, I'm telling you. They secure their own and call their own religion, their traditional religion that didn't have name before. They now gathered and call it something. Shinto. In our own land, we didn't have the name of our religion. We just call it Dinala or Menala. But do you know, as wise people, let me tell you, our so-called elders, real elders, not the so-called, could rise up tomorrow, have a meeting, real meeting, and find a name for this our traditional religion. Do you understand it? When you hear about the Council of Mysia, where this is people that organizing people is number one thing in this world. It pushes people to greater level. Organization. That is why our leader Mazi Johnathan instituted IPOB to be under discipline, command and control, so that we become organized. You should not do whatever you want. No, do it outside IPOB, because organization is number one thing. Without discipline, you cannot get anything as a people. Okay, now here I'm going to know. Oh, I know how to do it. Oh, Mazi Johnathan established Radio Biafra. Others, is it not broadcasting? Let me go. I can do it. When you go and listen to what they are saying, they are humming. That is disorganization, and it disorganizes the people. Do you understand? Now, Japan organized themselves and called their religion, their traditional belief that their ancestors didn't have a name for, but is their belief, their way of life. Now they say, oh boy, let us others have name. Let us give our own self name, our own religion name, our tradition. And that is how Shinto was born. The name Shinto came into being. That is civilization. Don't you know that? In our own, even during the time of, had it been even our ancestors' name, they saw Christianity coming. They say, okay, our own, let us call it this name. Omenala or anything. Anything, because we call Omenala, the culture is Omenala or tradition. Ordinala, tradition. So they can give it a specific name. Equally more, anything. They agreed. Now they will start imbibing it into everybody, and it will become a name till today. Once people are saying, okay, I'm a Christian, you say, no, I am this. You call the name. Do you see it? That is the way Japan coined that name Shinto, because they are wise. You know, human beings, you can develop with time, also by mixing with people, different ideas. Now, when you see people, you didn't have them, what you took for granted. But the way you mix with people that came, now you see people's character to that thing. And you say, okay, so this thing I took for granted is not like this. You change. That is human being. Do you understand? It's evolution. Now, let me round up before I bring in our dear sister. All these religions have dates of origin. Now, I mentioned the Council of Nicaea before. When Emperor Constantine, most of you must have known the way this Bible that you are reading today, quoting as if our life depends on it. But it is somebody that organized and compiled it in order to, remove confusion. A king organized the council. I think is it the second council of Nicaea, and told them that look, there is problem everywhere. This one will come and say he had from Apostle Thaddeus that this is how to do it, and he wrote it down. There are many books flying everywhere. People are reading, and there is confusion in the kingdom. I want us to have a standard. I want us to jointly conclude a standard, the books that we should push out to people for them to read. That is how this Bible you are reading today coming to be. No, this Bible, some people think it fell down from heaven. This is how it came into being. It is the idea of man to organize, to make people, you start taking it as a standard. Now they say, okay, they started reading different books. Oh no, this one is not good for the kingdom. This one is not good for our people. It will make our people to be highly radical. No. This one, no. This one, no. It will make people not even believe anything that the king says. No. This one, okay. This one is okay. It's okay. But we modify it like this and join it. They started compiling books, the different books that we are existing, modifying some where necessary. Because what the king wants is to rule first, so that the people will be governable. Because religion, different teachings in religion radicalizes people. You can see today, because of the church people, some people are going. They will tell you they cannot, they want to join IPOB, but because of their religious belief, because of their denomination, church denomination, it didn't want them to it bans them from going through or joining war, something that called
physical fighting.
Yes, freedom fighting. They call it politics. Joining for politics or anything world government. Do you see it? Emperor Constantine saw this thing. He said there is chaos everywhere. This one read this book and follow their own way. That is why he called that meeting of the bishops and said, please, let us help ourselves and help the people, so that we organize them using some books. We don't, because there are books everywhere, things that are written. People believe anything they believe in the same religion. So they say, well, let us organize some books now. All others, once we agree, now we will burn every other book. We will force people to be reading. This is the only way. That is the Bible, what you see today. Do you understand? But some people ignorantly believe that all yes in any way to do, that is life from the pit of hell. So it's an organization of man. Do you understand? Do you know that even the Christianity in Nigeria, for example, in our land, They can organize themselves and say, look, let us have one teaching. Let us agree on this so that everybody, to avoid this confusion. This church say clergy will marry. The other one say no, they will not marry. The other one, but different things, but they are reading the same thing. That is human being, wise people that are enlightened, people that you call Illuminati, that have enlightened brain. It makes you grow above things you can organize. Do you understand? So now, note the false perception that one's own religion is more important or superior to other religions is known as religiocentrism. It is like white supremacy ideology. When you say, oh yeah, my religion, my own is the only way, the truth and the life is the only thing, which means another one will take the same position. Another religion will take the same position. What does it mean? It will be clash. The world will be uninhabitable. And that is what is going on today because of primitive mindsets. Do you understand? Just like Wada said, the head of a church and the imam and the Islam, and they are enlightened. They used to have meeting together, they laugh, but the people that are at the lower echelon, they take everything in their head. They don't know that these people, they are just, they are there. They know, they are wise. They don't fight themselves. Do you understand? So, religions are like languages. Religions are like languages. Listen. No language is superior to others. But what makes some languages like European languages look superior is from the owners of those languages. They spread out, conquered others, and imposed their languages as a major means of communication. They also worked hard to dominate and maintain their physical domination by risking and doing some things others couldn't do. This makes them, including their languages, outstanding and admirable, coveted, and being learned by others as a road to some sort of greatness. Don't you see people boasting, I can speak a Queen's English? Well, if you turn to American, accent now, hey, some people will like it now, he's speaking like American. But it's just a language. It's just a language, like we speak Igbo, like we speak Igbo.
It's not even that, Mazi. When you go, like you're selecting, you're doing something, even when you're setting up some programs on your internet, and then, you get to where languages are, they will ask you, even under English, you have British English.
Yes.
You have American English.
Yes.
Okay? So, what is trying to tell you there that this English you are about to pick up is tailored to this particular culture. Because like in America here, there are certain things we say. Let me give an example. When I first migrated from Nigeria to America, back in Nigeria, when somebody is pregnant, you say you have taken in. Okay? Or you use the word trousers. Or you use the word schedule. If you're talking to an American here, they'll be like, what the hell? Excuse my language? What are you talking about? What do you mean taking in? You must use the word, are you pregnant? For an American to understand what you're trying to communicate, you have to use the word pants. When you use the word pants here, an American understands this as trousers. When you use the word trouser, the American is like, what the hell are you talking about? What is trouser? I never heard about it before. But in Britain, that's what they invoke. When you call somebody in Nigeria, you tell them, can you get me a pant? Or somebody in Britain, they'll be looking for your underwear, which is what the Americans call pants. In America, we don't say schedule, we say schedule. We are all speaking the same English, but tailored to a particular group of people or society. Even in America here, when somebody from New York is speaking, they have their own, kind of words that are tailored to us, and somebody from New York. That is why when you hear somebody from New York, they say, are you a New Yorker? I say, yes. Because there are certain words they will invoke. They still speak in American English. That's what we're trying to say here. Go ahead. Does it mean that's when I use the word schedule and somebody said schedule, does it mean that the person that says schedule is more superior than the person that says schedule? No. We are trying to arrive at the same conclusion. We are trying to arrive at the same understanding. But because of the environment, because of my geographical location, because of the values, the English word, the way it was coined here, that is what I'm used to. It doesn't make the other person more superior. And that's exactly, again, even when we come to dialect and languages, those group of people who have not or did not see their own way of life as equal as others, that is how they get masculated, undermined, and overrun and go into extinction. Go ahead, Mazi.
Okay, so what I'm saying, like I compare the religion to language, which is true. Today, like I'm speaking English, yes, you see people now. Oh, I'm educated. I speak Queen's English, but it's not your language. Do you understand? Because inside your head, you have been made to believe that what makes you outstanding is this impeccable English you are speaking. Do you see it? But you will see a genus from India or China. He doesn't hear one in English. He doesn't hear. But when it comes to doing practicality, you that are speaking heavy grammar, you'll be there. That person that doesn't hear, he will tell you, chinchon, wink, wink. He have done something that baffles you with his hand. So what do you call out? Are you superior to the person? So it's the same thing that I'm comparing to religion. The same way you feel a sort of fulfilled if you are speaking impeccable English. People, there is a hard work, there is work that is being done there in order to make you to covet, so that when you speak English now you feel that you are fulfilled. Do you know why? It is the work of man, because they are the people that okay, Bible is written, printed Bible. The first printed book was in 16th century during the time of King James. They print that time. You are not advanced in technology. You don't even know what is printing. Do you understand? But they did it. So with the progress, with the achievements of these people, English speakers, now that is why when you speak the language, so that you'll be seen as one of the people that you are attached to the people that are that are advanced. But it's not really that they are superior, but per se, but because of what their achievements. You understand? So when you compare it to religion, you see that why, okay, people will say, why didn't our own traditional religion save us from colonization? That is why people, I say no. Many other people were also conquered, but they find a way or the other in order to resist, to regale themselves. Let me tell you, Arabs were also colonized by Europeans. Don't you know that? Lebanon was colonized by France. I think part of Syria, France and English also. In Palestine, the same thing. But they made sure they retained their dignity, their language, and their tradition. That is it. And that is why they are standing till today. Japan, they resisted. They resisted European ideology for 265 years. Do you understand? Because these people, you have to have a sort of dignity to resist in order to make sure to stand your ground. Not like what the so-called Ohanese they are doing, our so-called elder political elites. Oh, kill the people they will kill. They will be giving them illusion because they are deceived. They don't know how to stand their ground until it is too late. Do you understand what I'm saying? So no religion is superior. what is superior is the action of man. Is action of man. When they are able to come, convince you to demonize our own religion, telling you that our forefathers, they are demons, whereas you are praying to their own forefathers that even killed us, that killed our people in their millions. What does it mean? That you are inferior also, because you have inferior way of thinking. It is not that religion, no, it is the human being. Because you shouldn't have allowed them to convince you that our forefathers are demons. No, the real demons are King Leopold II that killed for fun in Congo. I'm saying it. I think I was watching the king of Belgium, whether he visited the president of Congo or Congo president visited Belgium, and they were in their remark, in their public statement, the king of Belgium was trying to make peace. The present king of Belgium trying to make peace. Say what happened before, their former king was very bad, but history, they killed, but now they killed Congolese, but now they should ameliorate their relationship. So, but these are the people that they call that they are saints. In religion, you believe it. Saint Leopold, pray for us. But you don't know that you are making yourself, it is the act of man, their ability to convince you, either through anyhow, by conquest or by soft touch. I don't know whether people understand what I'm saying. There are different ways of even conquest, not only through knife also. They can conquer you through economy, by giving you privileges. They give you option. If you're a Muslim, like in Abakaliki, why were people joining Islam? Our Igbo people in Abakaliki, they give you options. Okay, once you are a Muslim, you start answering a Bello Adamu. Now you are Igbo man, but once you convert, we will give you loan without credit. Without interest. You take as much as you can. We will buy you keke. This is a soft method of conquest also. Do you understand? So these people, they have that ability. It is human might. It is a kind of human might. It is not something that God threw from heaven. It is not superiority per se of that religion, but it is the actions of man that makes it superior, because the people, they acted in a superior way. That is what I'm saying. Therefore, as I said, religion is like language. They work hard for Britain to make English being spoken all around the world, the number one language. Do you think that they sit down one place and start doing it? No. They worked hard for it. They suffered for it. They died for it. And they conquered for it. They risked their life for it. Going places, doing things that you yourself, you cannot do. If they tell you to go and do, you say, no, I beg. Instead, let me stay in slavery. No problem. Like some of our people, what is making them not to support Biafra? Say, I beg, I don't want to run away from my house, or I run away, I became a refugee during the war. I don't want to do that thing again. They don't want to undergo that inconvenience. So for them, it is better for them to continue eating like slaves. After all, they will die within how long? They continue maintaining that slavery peace until they die. Now, if we die, the people coming, now you sabi waiting on a go do. That is selfishness to the highest point. Had it been England did like that, we wouldn't have been speaking English as the first language. Don't you understand that? They were not selfish. They were not selfish to their generations coming. They did everything saying, even if they die, or that their coming generations will inherit it. They will enjoy, just like what the Fulanis are doing today. They forsake their life in order to continue what they are doing. It doesn't matter. They are doing conquest, killing, everything. Do you think that it is easy? Can you live in the bush? Can you stay in the bush? You will say, oh boy, wow, waiting, because you love life. So these people that bring religion you call superior, no, it is the people that do they do things that you yourself cannot do. That is why you are inferior. All that matters to you is, your private belly stomach, what you can get now, living good life. Even if your generation suffer, it doesn't matter. Living a life of luxury, but eating as a slave. You didn't care. You don't care about future generations that are coming. That is it. Please, Wada, you can come in here before I continue.
Mazi, what you have done now, comparing religion with language, is awesome. And I'm going to use the same opportunity to compare religion as a culture or value system of a particular group of people. But before I get into that, because you have hashed out a lot. I don't know whether I'm trying to retain them. You have said so much within these few moments. Let me go back when you touched about Adam, which is very poignant. That's why I'm going back there. It's very poignant point you made about Adam, or what religion did he practice? Cain and Abel, all those people, all those Christian or all those ancestors of these three major religious groups, they invoke before Abraham. Even when you get to Abraham, Abraham was not the father of the Jews. The direct father of the Jews you called Jacob. So there were generations that came there.
Of course.
But let's go back a little. Yeah, let's go back. Let's just go back to Genesis chapter 1 verse 1, because when you started making those arguments, it came to my mind. This is the first time it's flashed into my mind. First of all, let me lay this foundation. I strongly believe that we are spiritual beings having physical experience. Okay. Another point I would like to lay is all this thing about religion, the soul of man, the soul of man, the soul of man. Soul of man is not solid. It's an illusion. It's a philosophy. So nobody can really ascertain to what does the soul of man look like. What is it? Is it solid? Is semi-solid? Is it an energy? I'm leaving that. I'm not going there now. But I just want to provoke that. So now, God in Genesis chapter 1 verse 1. Why I invoke the soul of man? Because when these Christians, some of them make argument and you listen to them, they make it sound like when somebody dies, the physical body is going somewhere else, which is a fallacy, which is even a pure lie, naked lie, because you put the body in the ground. So if anything, according to the Christian Bible, according to these three major groups, we are talking about, it has to be the soul of man or the spirit of man. Again, I don't want to discuss that now. But let's talk about God. I believe there's one universal God, if there's anything like that. There has to be a higher force. This God, according to the Christian Bible, even the Quran, because I read the Quran, I've never studied the Quran, but I have studied the Christian Bible. There are two different things. Genesis chapter 1 is said in the beginning, God created heaven and earth, and there was confusion. What do I mean? It said, and there was tohu bohu. The water covered the surface of the sea. So there was confusion, there was chaos. Why am I lifting this, Mazi? Like I said, you said a lot of things. I'm trying to try to see one or two of them I can tap into to elaborate and, connect them together. That means there was confusion. Whatever created that confusion, I'm not going there now. But God did what? For this physical earth, you and I are enjoying now. This planet, let me talk about this planet. God began to set things in order. Let there be this. Let there be that. That is what they call creation. Even though they say 7 days, somebody like me argues that not 7 days is 7 sequences. How in all the 7 orders at which they came. But let's leave it. It's not an argument for today. So, because when you think, even what is happening in scientific world today, those who are in science, pure science, exploratory of the universe and whatever beyond, they have been trying to find another place that is like the earth. It has not been possible because either you don't have enough oxygen, or you have too many carbon dioxide, or you don't have that order that makes it perfect for human habitation. That's what sets other planets apart from this particular one, or set this particular planet apart from other planets. There are many planets, there are many galaxies, but this is the only one that there has such a perfect order that has warranted and encouraged human existence. I'm going to leave it there. So where I'm bringing is that if God, whom most of us believe in, it doesn't matter your religious denomination, doesn't matter your religious affiliation or your belief, if he can institute order, why is it that human beings are running away from order? What made them think that they can function and thrive and accomplish something in the midst of chaos? Number one question. Because this is the main thing that has crippled Africa, especially Nigeria, especially our people. I'm going back to Biafra now. This is one of the crippling variable that we have. Trying to come under one order, trying to come into one unitary, agreement that we are humans, we are one people, we have unique value that is common or that is for us, and we must protect and we must develop it. That's the problem we have, because we are running away from Africa, running away from Biafra land, coming to Western world. I'm one of them. There is nothing special about the Western world except order of structures or structural orders. It's not about their climate. We have a better climate. It's not about their food. And from my perspective, again, values. I would say my food is better than their food, but they will tell me their food is better than my own. So it's not about all these things, variables. It is because they set out to structure their society. That's what is attracting us. They lay down those things that makes life habitable, easy to live. That's why we are leaving Africa and seeking these places. It's not because they're more intelligent. It's not because they have a better environment. No. So going back, the problem we must focus on is, like you rightly said, can we go back and restructure who we are? Discover who we are and restructure. That's what I meant to say. Because if you go back to where we are coming from, Nigeria, come back to that Biafran land, go back, zoom it directly to an Igbo man. We have something we call ordinala. Can we really explain what it means? Something that has been inherent with our land, our culture, who we are, because we all came out from the land. Ordinala and omenala. That is that which is inherent, that which is interwoven. You can't separate them with this geographical location and this place and these people. Omenala must continue to be implemented. That's ordinala and omenala. That's my interpretation. So now, look at our people while we are suffering, Mazi. An Igbo man who wear, I'm going to use simple things to bring this to be. He's ready to wear shokoto, bubariga, whatever, in Nigeria, just to try to make somebody else accept him or her. Okay? But look at the houses. Tell me the last time you have seen an Hausa man wearing ishago or a red dress in her own way. What I'm saying is so current. I don't want to have, because like I said, I'm going to use simple things. Look at the so-called political extract from the Biafran location. Because they want to impress their northern counterparts, all of them were wearing their traditional outfit. Okay? Tell me invoke to me one Yoruba man or one Hausa man in this present political atmosphere that wore ishago. Even when Buhari so-called imposter come, they force it on him. If there is no confusion, if we are not going through this agitation and what all that is going on in Biafra land today, Buhari ordinarily would not have worn ishago to come to Biafra land. Okay? And our people don't have a problem with this. So when we, as a group of people, cannot even advocate, agitate for the values that we are known for, how do we expect somebody else to accord us those respect? We're not even ready to defend them. Even we claim to be Christians, we can't even defend it. But look at the Fulanese, little tribe. Wherever they go, look at the face of Nigeria now. All the ministers, even when Buhari travels out of the country, he wears his native regalia, garment. He has no apology for them. If the reverse is the case, that is a Biafran, he will wear suit because he will telling you, oh, I want to be one Nigerian. What our people should realize that what is happening now, whether they like it, whether we rise up to defend who we are, the Fulanese, the Northerners led by the Fulanese are trying to emasculate us. We are, take our culture out of us. They're trying to run us over. So in the next 500 years, yes, you can still have a place called Biafra or Igbo land or Ijo land geographically, but the people in there, their culture, their way of life has ended, and they have taken somebody else's culture. That's emasculation. That's what the fight is all about. Because they're proud of who they are. They believe in it. Even though they're using religion as a connotation, as a weapon to achieve this. The main thing is to change. And the people are not getting it. Let me give you this example before I get off quick. Because there's a whole lot of things to say. Mazi, when I was talking about culture, I strongly believe one or two places I have tried to I've tried to state where I come from. I will proudly tell the individual, I don't know her. That is, I don't know her. That's what I check where I don't know her. And people, because my place is a very small place, people will be like, where is Umunoha? I try to describe it. I say, have you heard about the Igwekala? They say, yes. I say, the Igwekala. It's a deity in my place. Do I go to worship in that deity? No. Did my father worship in that deity? No. Do I acknowledge that deity as part of me? Yes. Geographically, I cannot separate myself from that deity. Because if I believe there is a God who is omnipresent, I'm taking way into the Christian or these orange religious beliefs. If I believe there is a God, which I strongly do, who is omnipresent, knowing it, who knows it all, and out of the whole geographical landmarks and location in this world, he chose me and placed me there, knowing very well that this deity exists there, knowing very well there's a culture that is there. It's not a mistake. I look at it that he wants me to have an experience. He wants me to learn this culture. I'm part of it by my bloodline, whether I like it or not. This is what our people are not realizing. If you believe that God is omnipresent, that knows everything, wherever you find yourself, is not a mistake. Okay, let's exploit this a little bit. So now, God is going to punish me because I'm not a Christian, because this is what some of these Christians or these Muslims want us to believe. Because what we're talking today is religious intolerance, which is somebody believing that their own religion is superior than the other. So what I'm invoking is not about Christian religions. All religions are across the board. Automatically, for me to be born in this place, and God knows, God places me there in the womb of my mother through the actions of my parents. He already knew that's Igwekala there, that deity. He already knew that 90% of the people at the time I was born, let me say 70% were Christians and maybe 30% were traditionalists. And God placed me there. What God has, a statement he has made with that saying is that the chances of me being a Christian is 70% and the chances of me being a traditionalist is 30%. I didn't make this choice. God made the choice for me. In the same way, if God has made me to come from parents from India, where the religion, the major religion there is Hindu, the chances of me becoming a Hindu is higher. I didn't choose it. It was chosen by God. If they place me in Kanu, where 80% of the population practice Muslim, automatically 90% my chances of becoming a Muslim is there. They place me in Japan, where Shinto is practiced. God places me there. That's what I'm going to become. Now, my argument with these so-called born again, my argument with these so-called Christians, my argument with Muslims who are claiming that if you're not a Muslim, you are an infidel, you don't deserve to live, you must be killed. And I'm fighting on behalf of Allah because you refuse to be converted. And because of that, Allah will reward me. Because from my understanding, after I read the Quran, Allah is God, God is Allah. Okay? That's what I evoke in a different dialect language. And then my sisters and brothers from the Christian perspective who are saying, if I'm not born again, if I'm not a Christian, if I'm practicing traditional religion, I am going to hell because Jesus, I have not received Jesus. My argument to them becomes, what kind of God is this? Who already condemned me by placing me in these geographical locations, knowing very well that my chances of becoming one of these so-called people that are already been sent to hell because I may not have opportunity to receive the so-called Christianity. That is what somebody want to tell me. It cannot be. Because there are even places, even as we speak today, in Amazon forest, that don't even have any knowledge of all this thing we are fighting about this religion. Now, according to what you said, Matt, not what you said, according to the Christian Bible, Adam was having one-on-one meeting, worship, call it whatever, with Ancient of Days every day. It was not Sunday even. He said every evening, Adam and God were having a meeting in the cool of the garden, the evening in the garden. It was exclusive for both of them. What religion did Adam practice? There was never, no religion was ever established. When Adam was created in the book of Genesis chapter 2, the only instruction that was given to him was attend to the garden. God never instructed him to create any religion. When God said, according to the Christian Bible, let us make man in our own image, and in the image of God made them male and female, he charged them, go thee, multiply and subdue the earth, and he gave them instruction, herbs, roots to eat. Say some of them are for food, some of them are for healing. He never told them, go and create a religion. Never. So, that is why our people must come up again. Believe, practice whatever religion you want, because I believe there's a place in the human mind for this, because religion is something unknown. I call religion pseudoscience. Pseudoscience is a belief that you don't have an empirical evidence to prove, but somewhere in your mind you feel it. It's a feeling, but you don't have that empirical evidence. That's what religion is all about. Every human being is yearning for something because we have this feeling that there's a higher being more than us, above us. That's why we're all seeking to believe in something. But it doesn't make my belief or whatever I finally like myself on more superior than your own. No, it's your personal experience. And every culture develop their own value system, religion or whatever you call it, moral or whatever value. Based like you, again, as I said, you said a lot of things, Mazi. I'm trying to capture them. Their experiences in life, their geographical location, the plants, the herbs, they have gone through. These are the things that come together to form a norm and belief and value of a society. When I first migrated, I'm going to take back off so that you can continue, Mazi. This today is going to be one of your finest, Mazi. When I first migrated from the United States, it happened to my mother when she came here before she died. She died in 2012. But when I first migrated, Mazi, when I first saw pizza, which is America's finest food, I mean, everybody, even a child would tell you, Mommy, I want pizza, I want pizza, I want McDonald's. I was like, what is this? It was the most disgusting thing I had, for me at that time, I had ever said. I said, what kind of food is this? Because it wasn't my value. Because I was not born here. I had no idea what it was. But the moment I had the courage to test pizza, I got hooked on it. The same experience you have with Americans, especially Black Americans. When you have our food, you cook our beautiful, you go spend your money, make our ofe egusi, vegetable soup. The first thing they perceive is the smell, because we cook with dry fish and all that, all those umbongo that makes it delicious. They say, what is that? Is that food? They castigate it, they look down on it. But if only you can get them to test it every day, be telling you, can you make me that African soup again? What am I using these two simple analogy to bring to is that because I was not born in America, because I was not used to the culture, and because at that time I had not given myself time to understand this their food, this their delicacy, I looked down on it. Didn't make it inferior. Never did it make my own superior. It was just a culture. It was just something I was used to. But even as I stay here today, I have tasted the American food and everything. I find myself still craving for my own food. Why? Because this is something that is in my DNA. That's who I am. So you'd be stupid of me, which some of us do today, when they have stayed a little bit in the Western world. Oh, I don't eat fufu anymore. I can't eat fufu anymore. I can't even use they want to use spoon to eat fufu. Hell no, excuse my language. I go deep into it, and anytime I serve anybody's fufu, you must eat it with your finger, because that's when you can enjoy it. That's who I am, and I'm proud of it, because that's the only way I can promote who I am. I have to be in a position to accept who I am and tell myself that I'm not a mistake, that I'm as equal as the next person from a different culture. Then I can be able to convince the next person to follow my culture. Man, that's what happened to us. Our ancestors were able, for whatever reason, through masculinity, masculining them, and then that is soft weapon and harsh weapon, as you describe them, to emasculate our people and make them believe that their culture was inferior, religion, whatever they were, was inferior, and they bought into it. That is where we are today, even our own languages and dialects. And this is something we must reverse. That's what we are discussing today, to tell our people. Again, let me tag into this. You talked about religion and spiritualism. Mazi, yes, you're 100% correct. They're not two things. When people ask me this, I say, I'm not a religious person. I'm a spiritual person. They don't understand. Some of them begin to have their minds running haywire. Oh, maybe she's practicing voodoo. Even if I do practice voodoo, so what? But that's even not what I'm saying. When you invoke that word that you're a spiritualist, what you're saying that you have, through enlightenment, transcended above all religion. That's where you are. Because spiritualism is more than religion. When you are on that platform, a pedestal of spiritualism, in truth and in spirit, Mazi, you don't see any differences. You don't see all these backbiting. You don't see all these tribal wars in religiosity. Because they're all created by man. I can start my own religion today. The spiritualism is something that is inherent and inborn in us, because, like I first invoked, we are spiritual beings having earthly experiences. And according to the Christian Bible, even Muslim, and all the spiritual religious books, God is a spirit. And those who serve him must serve him in spirit and in truth and in spirit. And if we claim that we are created by God, we are children of God, it's not this physical body you are looking at. That which makes me who I am. Whenever that thing lives, they say I am physically dead, has some spiritual qualities. Mazi, I'm going to back away for now and let you come in. God bless.
Thank you, Wada. Yes. Do not forget, listeners all over the world, that we are talking about is a question. Is any religion superior to other? The answer is no. As we are saying, when they convince you through conquest, either soft or hard conquest. Let me go on a bit. In order to be attached or to enter into the conqueror's religion, and there now they convince you to start demonizing who you are. It's just like the life we are living in Nigeria as Nigerians. The famous statement or speech of our late general, eternal general, Odimegwu Ojukwu, he said, Britain wanted us, they want us to continue living fake life. As Nigerians, we have tried everything we could in order to live as Nigerians, but we couldn't. It's not our life. It's not who we are. Do you understand? Because we are trying to attach ourselves, imbibe ourselves into a fake life. Because we refer, indirectly we are, inferiority complex. Let me call it like that. We are referring to their system as superior. So that is what attracted us. As Britain conquered us, do you understand? So now the Nigeria they created and left is a Nigeria whereby our capabilities are limited. They want us to draw back a bit so that the others will come and join us, and our elders accepted it. It's the clip I played on Hannes and Igbo. They said it, that they know that they are discriminating against our people. They are even sacrificing our people just for the sake of a unity of Nigeria, equity and justice. Which kind of equity and justice? You can't do it at your own expense. That is why I say our people, they don't understand politics. So, coming to what we are saying, in the case of religion, imposition through conquest and other soft methods make people to gradually and sometimes unconsciously accept these major religions as their adopted way of life. How were some of our people in Abakaliki converted to Islam is a question. It is through soft methods of conquest. Do not forget that there are soft methods of conquest. Do you understand? And there is also hard method. The hard method is with guns and bullets. They subdue you, and once they subdue you, you continue living in that subjugation until you die. You born your children, you train your children under that hard suppression, and they take it as a way of life. Because that is whatever that you have been imbibed right from childhood is what you grew up with. You believe it. That is why many of us that are being born into this religion, Christianity, we are being born into the religion. But the issue is, as you start absorbing enlightenment preaching from our leader, you will start asking obvious questions. Why is it so? Why is it so? Why are we demonizing our natural, forefathers? Which means we are quarreling with ourselves. Foreigners will come and tell us that we are demons, our forefathers are demons, and we accept it. It makes us look very little. Do you understand? It makes us look very little. So when you come to soft methods, it includes special financial privileges or inducements. Do you understand? Like in some countries, let me call it in some Arab countries, for example, you see that even like in Iran, as a non-Muslim, there are things you don't have rights to. Some maybe inheritance, or maybe government will take, you don't have a right to inheritance on landed property, even if you're a citizen. All those are soft methods of conquest, so that instead of you to go in through all those inconveniences, you could say, is it not to believe? I beg, now I have changed, finish, okay, welcome to the boat. But all these are soft methods of conquest. The way they are doing in our land, they are using boats, both soft and hard. Like in Abakaliki, Ebonyi State, I'm giving an example today. They use financial inducement. Oh, we buy you people keke. Oh, they come to a community and we the Islamic Muslims of Abakaliki now, we buy you. You are youths. We people that cannot go to school, we sponsor them. Now, as they are sponsoring them into school, they put you into Islamic school, so that already they will put you into Islam in the school, the same way they did to, or the colonial masters did to us during the time, and they left it. Christian schools, They call it Christian schools. So they joined education with their religion. And, you want to go to school, so you better turn and get baptized. Because if not that, you can't. Do you see how it is smart? It is smartness. Do you understand what I'm saying? It is never that one religion is superior to others. Every religion is meant to attain spirituality. That is the aspiration. That is the reason for every religion, to attainment of spirituality. The same way every language, no matter how it sounds, is meant to communicate with other people.
Exactly, Mazi.
It doesn't
I call religion.
Yes.
Mazi, I call religion a gateway to spiritualism.
Direct.
Go ahead, Mazi.
So it doesn't matter how languages are. As you don't hear it, you might be laughing, but it's a means of communication. Any person that understands this, they will start speaking. For you, it doesn't make sense. That is how religion is. It's a way of attaining spirituality, the way of the creator of that religion, which is not God but man or the organizer. It can be one person or group of people. They organize it. Maybe people that live near volcanic mountains. Or from time to time there is a eruption, volcanic eruption. Before you know, because they didn't have power, they didn't know what it was at that time. Before you know, they will start sacrificing in order to appease. They will say that is an abode of one God. They call it one name, because it is their geographical, their environment affects them. It makes them to start thinking. You understand? That is why today science have made people, human beings, to develop into doing something, asking questions. Questions bring asking of questions. It makes you develop technologically. Because when at the olden days, people can write, okay, this mountain is spewing fire. It is one God that is there. So if they sacrifice, the fire will not come. They can do it, and it can work. It's because it's their belief. Human being has power. That is what people don't understand. Naturally, God created human being with power. If you can explore it, that is why people that are doing yoga, they can will. You can will something if you are deep inside this metaphysics. You can will something and it happens. It's not through anything, because through your natural power. Do you understand? So what am I trying to say? When people say that their religion is superior, this and that, trying to communicate to you about their religion, if you don't believe...
before you move, because you're moving so fast with your thoughts today,
go on.
Before you move quickly out of this, when you mention metaphysics, there is something that I have the ability to do. I look at your name, I can tell you who you are. There's no magic. It's no magic. The information is there. So, but because somebody doesn't know it, if I want to use it to say, make it like voodoo, it's not. It's there. So that's what we're talking about here. Metaphysics, yeah, is there. But when it comes to belief, every discovery in this life started from a belief.
Yes.
A belief. That's what we know when we learn in psychology. I mean, I do sociology too. It's a belief. Even some of these folk tales, this is how white people come up with some of these things, all this discovery. You have been hearing a folk tale. You have been hearing a belief of a set of people. That's how you form a theorem. Then from that theorem, you put it into empirical experiment with variables. If you begin to get constant result, anytime you put those variables, that becomes science. That's it. That's how it's achieved. But it must start with a belief. So that is why the mind is a terrible thing to waste. When you don't think and imagine things, imagination is you imagining something, believe, then you believe in your imagination. But it doesn't make your imagination correct or wrong. You're provoking your thought. But then you have to bring that and take it through a process for theorem, from the theorem. Is it true? Is it possible? Is it achievable? You write that theory, ask that question, then you begin to go into experiment. That's one of the things that people are lacking, and that's what the white man are doing. We don't ask questions, Mazi. That's what you're saying now. We just run with every information that is given to us. Somebody is telling you, like Jagaban, that's where I'm going now, that a woman that died in an accident is the will of God for her. But the same Jagaban will be sick and will run down to London to get help. Did not wait and die because it's the will of God for him to be sick and die. Do you see how they manipulate the people? And somebody, the journalist, asked him about accident. Instead of him to say, we don't have good roads, he must have contributed to this. I am not saying in civilized societies where you have good roads, there are no accidents. There are, but there are accidents that are preventable in Nigeria. There are deaths that are preventable in Nigeria because there are no infrastructures, nothing is working, you have no road, you have no hospital, you have no water, no mode of transportation, no electricity. Tell me this woman, even at the time she had the accident, I can guarantee you, Mazi, there was no available vehicle, there was no ambulance, there was not even a bicycle to take that person at that critical time.
Mazi,
and even if you do, there is no
whenever there is accident or anything that happen, even in the Ondo massacre, the people,
thank you,
look at how they carry people inside boots of cars. Sometimes
some people that died could have survived in America or in a developed country. They could have survived. That's what we're talking about. This is a system, organization. We're talking about Western world. What's them about? Once you have a problem, it's triggered. In fact, most people here, especially those in even health business work, even those who are not even in health work, most jobs you do in America today, let me talk about America where I live, they make you to have a basic knowledge of CPR and first aid. Because I can be walking on the street right now, somebody falls. Immediately, if I have my certification, I start screaming. I have a CPA, I'm certified CPR, I'm certified CPR caregiver. I will jump in and begin to give CPR. Why others will start calling ambulance? Within 3 seconds, the ambulance will come. And even the ambulance that is arriving is a mini hospital. Immediately they put you in there, they begin to save the life. Before even you get to the hospital, they are ready for the person. That's the difference when you have structures. That's the difference when you have the basic things, amenities to make life work. That's what we are lacking. But then when they have taken the money that's supposed to set these things in place, bring them to even the so-called developed world, start them out there, and the people began to die because of none of these infrastructures, they turn around again, let's tell you how wicked they are, and put the blame on God or the individuals. And people are watching these things like morons. They don't want to think. Why didn't Jagaban? Why is it that anytime Buhari needs to do his checkup, why is he not going to Nigerian hospitals? Because he knows they are not non-existent to start with. They fly their helicopters. Look at Rochaso. There's something that day they invaded his house. He said, I don't know whether many people picked it up. He said, they are shooting at my armored doors. Bulletproof doors. That was the language he used. I laughed. These are the things that give these idiots false confidence that nothing can reach them. That was why they were not able to break through his door. Do you know? If you listen to that tape, go back, you hear it. He said, they were shooting, he was present that he spoke. He said, they are shooting at my bulletproof doors. So to him, and to a host of them in Nigeria, they have bulletproof doors, they travel with bulletproof vehicles. When it's possible, they fly to their destination. So they don't give a hoot. They don't give a damn.
And do you know that this disease is being inculcated, accepted by Nigerians? Instead of protesting against bad road, people will tell, boy, you go and buy SUV.
Exactly.
They make noise. Go and look for money.
And begin to use
Mostly from Igbo people. Go and look for money and buy.
And then begin to use it to show off.
Yeah,
It becomes an elite. They begin to show off. I have SUV. They don't know they're killing themselves. So because he thought they couldn't invade him, they came through the roof to let them know your bulletproof cannot save you. Mazi, you're talking about soft, how they use soft, weapon. Mazi, look at what is happening to our people in Biafra and Mazi. That is what they are using mostly. They use soft target, then they use soft approach, and then they use hard approach. The soft approach is this. They get these crazy, gullible politicians. Deplorable, that's who they are. Promise them positions, political positions, appointments for them to subjugate their people. Why? I believe I'm correct, came out and built one of the biggest mosques. The question you ask yourself is this, because you want to impress the Fulani Caliphate in giving him presidential appointment. This mosque you are building in Biafra land, who are going to attend the mosque? They are Biafrans. So that's a way of recruiting them. Hausa man is not coming from Fulani land or Hausa land to come and worship in a mosque in a Abakaliki or in a Ibonyi. It's the Igbos. But from Umahi perspective, he wants to impress them to build that mosque because they are promising him position. But now he's compromising his own people, even his own family, and he's going to encourage them. What will he do? He will come and maybe begin to buy rice and give them, let them start going there and watching, or buy them motorcycle. And the individual that is accepting this motorcycle will see that, oh, I'm trying to make a living, but you're selling yourself. They all begin to convert to Muslim. When you're going to that mosque, because the imam they will bring there, the sheikh they will bring there will be a Fulani man. He start teaching you Quran. Start letting you, because it's embedded in the Quran. Those who are non-Muslims are infidels and they're as good as pigs and dogs.
It doesn't matter whether they are your brothers or sisters.
It does not matter. In fact, you should be the one to kill your brother because it's called honor killing. You see, idols? So now this Igbo man who has come and accepted the Muslim as a religion, now begin to hear this thing, he begins to see his mother and his father who refuses to be converted as an infidel and can kill that individual at the drop of a hat. That's the problem we are in. The soft targeting they are using is even worse than the hard approach I meant to say. Because the hard approach is when it is not good enough for them, they think they're not moving so fast, they will tell somebody like Ozodimba, he will go and bring the military. But Ruga, waterways are the soft targets that are using on our people. And a soft approach I meant to say. And that people are not getting it. When you collect that money from the politician, you are compromised. Remember, as a youth, you are compromised. Because he who blows the piper dictates the tune. But you are not realizing that just like Esau, with a pot of porridge, you have sold the future of your generation till the end of time. May God help us, Mazi. I hope I did not make you to lose your thought. Right on, Mazi. Thank you.
There we must continue. Before I open the lines, let me say this before I also... The continuous acceptance of foreign religion as superior to our traditional natural religion amounts to acceptance of inferiority. Demonizing our traditional religion is like demonizing our own selves. It is like blaming God for creating us in our environment. It's just like what you said before. Okay. Let me tell you this. There is no religion that is superior to others. I compare the religion to language. When a Chinese man talk, you will laugh because you don't understand him. The same thing if you talk, he will laugh. But it means something to somebody that understands it. Therefore, no language is superior or inferior. No religion is superior or inferior. The superiority still comes from man, the holder of that religion. Do you understand? I continue saying this. People that have the ability to convince you, make you start demonizing your ancestors, you better look for that ability. Like as one other said before, religion to enlighten the mind spurs technological advancement, because you ask question from that belief. It starts from belief. Oh, I believe this and that. You have foxtail. You are okay. For example, when there is a tale that and a human being flew, and he flew to sky, and this and that, and he met a tortoise that is flying. Now it's a story. As a child, you believe it. But if you grow up and start asking questions, can human being really fly? In the real part of it, for example, before airplane came up, I believe it is true stories. When they watch things happen, birds, they fly, but they are more density than air. So why shouldn't human beings fly? Maybe they hear folk tales also that their great grandfathers told them, or grandfathers, this and that flight, and they start asking, is there no way we can fly? Now it spurs people to enter into work. Do you see the difference? In our own side, religion makes us belief makes us to be stagnant. Just as Tinubu was saying in that clip I played. Oh, it is the will of God, don't worry. He dying by accident is like that. Is the will of God. Do you see it? It makes people now to relax, that look, oh, once God say I will live, I live. God say I will die, I will die. But the imminent question is this: why then do you want to go to places that are organized, developed countries? Why? Because those structures, they didn't fall down from heaven. They didn't fall down from heaven. It is people that did them. It is people that inconvenience themselves. People that can loot, but they didn't loot. Instead, they kept the money for general development. Do you know that Australia is can I call it a continent or subcontinent? It's one of the harshest part of the world. They have very big deserts. Australia. Do you know that? They have temperature sometimes can rise up to what
that's why it's called outback. That's why it's called outback, Australian outback.
Yes. But do you know that they still, human beings still develop that place, and you are looking for visa to go there? This is a human act, human action. If, for example, look at in our place, we have enough rain, we have everything, we have a temperature that is very good for growth of foods, for plants to grow. But we import food. Don't you see that? Now, why? Because people don't work. Because human beings there don't work. Instead, they continue believing in God for everything. Muslims, they believe God. If there is any disease, no, go and pray in the mosque. People that are in political positions, they loot money that they are supposed to use in order to build infrastructures for development. They stole the money, loot it, waiting for elections. Do you see the act of man? Do you see that? No religion is superior. Let me tell you, if you go to the book of 2 Samuel, let me explain this. Chapter 24, verse 1 to 4 and 10 to 13. That place, he recorded when David took census of the Israelites. Census. Oh no, Google census. He sent to his, second man, I think Joab or somebody. He said, go and count for me Israelis, the people, so that I will know the people that are with me. But that time, According to their religion that time, the religion of the time, it was an abomination to count people because he said God brought them. Do you see? God gives you human, so no need of counting it. And the wrath of God was kindled against David, and he sent God sent a prophet to David and said, I give you 3 months. There are 3 choices to make because you have committed abomination. 3 months of conquest, another 3 weeks of 3 months of famine in the land of Israel, then or 3 weeks of conquest from your enemies, or 3 days of heavy pestilence from the hand of God. And David said, it's better for me to fall into the hand of God than to fall into the hand of man. And God sent pestilence, and in 3 days 70,000 Israelis died because of ordinary counting census. But today, human beings have modified and said, God, that your law, I beg, we are in human life, so we can count ourselves. Do you see it? I want to tell you that man have a very big role to play. That is, but in our own time, in our own land, in our own place, people are made to believe that religion, you can't tell nothing, that God is there helping this and that. God. No, we are humans in this planet Earth that's supposed to make this place a better place. That is why we are doing what we are doing. Some people believe that praying, make Nigeria better. We will bring one magic wand from heaven, and one person will just enter and solve the problem. That is, believing in this era, believing and doing nothing without asking questions is a work of a lazy person. Do you understand? So, as of that time, census counting is against the law of God, but man modified it and is no more against the law of God, which means we humans, we can do our something. We can change things. After all, the people of Israel, they requested a king, which God didn't want, but he said respect them. So what we call religion, it is not something that maybe this one is superior. Believer, that is bunkum. Let me tell you. Let me ask you this. Do you think that you are European conquerors, Arab conquerors, people that bought you with money, that they love you, and they want you to have good something? Is that what you believe? By spreading this virus of their religion to you, so that music, Hebrew Bible, Hebrew Quran, whereas the Arabs, they are progressing physically. What they promote in your land is only religious zealotism, religious fanaticism, nothing more. Development they cannot bring. They will not teach you how to build aircraft. They will not bring all these companies that build things for you. Instead, they can pay you money. They can sponsor you to establish religious centers to promote their ideology. Remember, when Prophet Muhammad, he conquered the people, not because of the religion per se. He conquered and put our Arab ideology in people. You understand? That is why today, in the north of Nigeria, they study Arabic. That's it. About they equate Islam with Arabic,
and they dress like them, Mazi. Yes. And they read their Quran in Arabic language,
like them.
Is the culture?
Yes, it's the culture. So it's not the superiority of the religion, but the superiority of the people that founded it. That people that promoted it, that they use it to conquer you. They are superior in thinking, so they have to imbibe in you an ideology that they can control. They can control you with that ideology, and you will not see anything wrong with it. That is the superiority there, and is a smart one. Do you understand?
Judaism, the same thing. You see anybody that is saying they're practicing Judaism, no matter where you are, you begin to dress like the Jews.
Exactly.
The same thing with Hinduism. If you want to practice Hinduism, you're going to dress up like the Hindus. It's the same thing. It's about cultural influences. People must get this. Again, we're not against anybody. But what we're saying is that shine your eyes, come with your clear eyes and understand that what you're doing, you're negating, you're refusing, you're saying that your own culture is inferior. You are the one making the decision. You are the one calling the call. Nobody's calling it for you. Because when you drop your own culture and you embrace somebody else's culture, now then you have made a bold statement without saying it that my culture is inferior. Mazi, America is a very good example of where you have many cultures and tribes inside. I call it a melting point, even in spiritual, when it comes to religiosity. But they set their system in such a way that come with your culture, practice your culture, your belief, whatever, but above all, American culture stands first.
Yes.
That's the way they do it. They allow you to practice your culture. You can do it, but when you want to make whatever they have come together and create as American culture to be secondary, you have a problem with America. But as long as that, they call it American way, becomes your primary, duty, they don't have a problem with you. That's why it's called a melting point. And that is when they came up with the idea of separation of state and religion. And if those who are advocating for one Nigeria, even though we are not, that's the only thing they should be looking for. But I know it's not attainable in Nigeria. So that is why we must go our separate ways, Mazi.
In conclusion, religion is a creation of man and could be modified by man. Let's stop demonizing our natural traditional religion. Let's go back to our natural means of attaining spirituality. Though it could be hard but not impossible, it requires more decent and profound researches. We should sanitize and modernize our natural religions where necessary, because we humans should be in charge and control of religion, and not religion being in charge or control of us. Because it's man that created religion, human being like you and I. Do you understand? So we should go back. I know it is not easy. That is why many people they'll tell you they are doing ordinala. In the internet, you see them doing all sorts of rubbish, say in the name of ordinala. No, but it is understandable. I've given this example before. When you build a house, you start building a house, for example, in our land. You started a foundation and you raise up the house to lintel level. You never even go beyond that, and you left it like that. Once you left it like that for years, imagine for 50 years. There will be a place where you throw dustbin, but it's a house somebody wanted to live. Do you understand? Criminals can be going there to do all sorts of rubbishes, uncompleted house for many years. When you have to finally, when you want to go and complete that house after many decades, you will see that you have to face the reality. There maybe is a place, a public toilet in our land. It will be a public toilet. You have to face things that are smelling. You have to face maybe snakes. You have to face the garbages that are thrown there. You have to face many things. But once you finish all these things, you know that you start building, and once you finish building, it will become a real house again. That is, I'm giving this analogy like our traditional religion. We jettisoned it right from the colonial period. What people are doing is just what people know or what people think. Most of the things that are being done, what people think. But the real thing should be researched profoundly Because it is not only all those things you see in the social media. It is about our way of life, how we live, how we relate with each other. That is our religion. So there is no religion that is superior. Do not allow people to deceive you. Oh, if you don't believe this, you will not go to heaven. Oh, you are an infidel. All these are words of conquest, words that the conquerors brought in our land from Islam to Christianity. Do you understand? That Gentiles. You know, the other day I preached about the meaning of all these things. Gentile is just like a non-Jew. Somebody that is not a Jew. Is referred, the Jews call him a Gentile. Finish. But he finds himself inside the Bible, and now people interpret it as even you and your blood brother. But because he doesn't go to the same church with you, he's a Gentile. Do you see how they smartly put things together so that to use it to separate, to divide our land for easier conquest, continuous mental conquest? Do you understand that? The same in Islam. Once you are not a Muslim, you are an infidel, even if it's your brother. Do you see it? They put it in order to draw the Muslim, draw you closer to a foreigner other than your brother. Do you understand? So we should understand all these tricks, all these religious tricks. As an enlightened fellow, you grow above religion. I'm telling you, you grow above religion, and you can attain spirituality. Do you understand? So, I don't know whether you have anything to add before I open my lines, please.
No, Mazi, go ahead, open the line, and then if there's questions that are being thrown, then we can expatiate on that and bring in more understanding. Yes, Mazi.
Okay. I will go on just few minutes break, so that when I come back, I will open my lines so that people will call. Don't go away, please.
Announcement. Here comes a great gathering of the people from the West African region. Amazonia, Biafra, Oduduwa, living across the entire globe, the entire world. Coming from different parts of all the continents of the world to Brussels, Belgium, to march in great mass and in great multitude. All hail Biafra. Long live Amazonia. Freedom for Oduduwa Republic. United we stand and shall never fall. With one vision and joint strength, the land of Belgium will feel the heat of this particular set of people from West Africa in 1 million freedom march in Brussels, Belgium. On the 14th and 15th of June 2020.
You are hooked up. We're not hearing you. Mazi, are you there? Mazi, are you there? You're offline. Hello? Mazi, are you there? Mazi, are you there?
Welcome back. I'm sorry, people are calling. That is why it cuts the vision, and I have to. It's myself. Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra Hausa-Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. Do not forget that today we are dealing or discussing on religious issues, and the topic of our discussion today is a question: is there a religion that is superior to others, or are there some religions that are superior to others? You understand? And we answer to the negative, that there is none. So our call lines, you can call us, you can ask question also, you can give your views, please. Our direct line is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. I have a first caller on WhatsApp. Yes, caller on WhatsApp. What is happening? I can't even pick it. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. You are the first caller, please. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp, are you here with me? You are the first caller, please. Caller on WhatsApp, are you listening? Please go on, or I pick another call. There, well, welcome to the program. Please go on. Please remove your phone from speaker. Please remove your phone from speaker. It is sounding so hollow.
I greet everybody. My name is Sogo. I don't know whether you are hearing me. I'm not getting myself here. It's not coming out from my side. But if you are hearing me, I will get down.
Mazi, go on. I say you can remove your phone from speaker please. It is sounding so open or hollow, I don't know.
So you can hear me now.
It is better now. Go on, please.
All right. Okay. So first of all, the question you just asked.
What is happening? You cut. I don't know. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Reconnecting. What is happening? Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? It seems people are not hearing me. Wait, I need to off.
I'm hearing you, but I don't know about the audience.
No, the people on the phone, let me restart the phone, please.
Okay.
I mean the WhatsApp line. Caller on direct line, can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line.
My name is Obinna.
Mazi Johnathan, please. What is happening today? Let me go to Signal. Caller on Signal, can you hear me? Welcome to the caller on Signal. Caller on Signal. What is happening today? Caller on Signal, can you hear me? Mazi, are you sleeping or what? Caller on Signal, aren't you hearing? Please, when you call, concentrate. Please, concentrate to your phone and talk. Once you hear your name.
Your voice got disappeared, but now I can hear you, sir.
Go on,
Good
please.
evening, Biafrans. Good evening, my professor.
Mazi, go
Hello?
on.
Can you hear me, sir?
Mazi, go on. Go on.
Okay, good evening, Wada. Good evening, Biafrans. Sir, this evening, thank you for your question on your program. The question I want to ask is, this Sunday attack on our people, you know, we are treating religion. Tomorrow, will our people attend church? Mostly Catholic, because the church is Catholic, and I'm sure majority is Biafrans who are killed. Will they go to church tomorrow? Because since that very Sunday, I think up to now, no comment, no voice from Vatican or Pope. You see, so that's what I want to ask.
Let me say this. Mazi, can you hear me? I hope you are hearing me.
Hello?
I don't know why. If you can hear, I hope you can hear me now.
Yeah, I can hear you, sir.
Okay, listen. Pope said, he made a comment. If we say that Pope didn't say something, it's not true. But what he said, Pope, concerning the killing in Ondo, he prayed for the victims so that they will rest in peace. Period. That is what he did. Nothing more. But when you are, listen, wait, I'm coming. When you ask questions about whether our people will be going to church, it's not me, it's for the people. But this should not make people not to be going to church. In my own view, the only thing is to change the way, modus operandi. Because if you continue like this, you'll be slaughtered like chickens. That is it. There is one type of Bible that is I put it on my timeline. In the you think it's a Bible, but inside is a handgun, is a pistol. Outside is written the Bible. Our people should watch and pray. Our people are only praying but not watching, and that is ignorance. Watch and pray. If you don't have a sword, go and sell your cloak. All these things are even in the Bible you read. If you don't have sword, it is time that if you don't have sword, go and sell your garments to buy sword. Now is no more the time of sword. Now is the time of technology advancement. You know the time, what the time is. So, what it means, protect yourself. Don't die like a stupid person. All stupid people say you are praying. There is one story during the war when the Vandals arrived on Onitsha. People were running away. Some group of more than 300 or about 300 Biafrans, they were in, I think they say it's cherubim and seraphim. They said they are going nowhere. They will pray. God will deliver them. And you know what? The Vandals, that is this, the Nigerians, they came, they massacred them. All of them. Massacre in Onitsha. So, you know, when you go, you take religion in that primitive way, God even will be happy when you are slaughtered, because he will feel that you are stupid. God doesn't like a stupid people or stupidity. Only what God hates is stupidity. Stupidity. Otherwise, if God likes stupidity, he would have loved the Cain. I mean Esau. But he said he loved Jacob. So when you are stupid, you die stupidly, and you go to that place you fear that you don't want to go, if it exists. So that is what I'm saying. Go on, Mazi, please.
Okay, sir. Biafrans, my name is Ignatius Ebog. I'm calling from Libreville. So what I want to say is that this evening our question is that is there any religion that is superior than others? When you look at all the terrorist activities in Nigeria and also globally, I think you cannot see any Biafran involved in all those wickedness, all those mayhem, all those killings and the terrorism. And one killing another one in the name of religion, I don't think God will accept it. So our people, our own religion, I can say that it is superior than others, because we are not involved in any killing. killing somebody is a I don't know how can I explain it. Somebody killing other people with gun. Is going to bomb and killing other people. When these people, the colonists, the British people came in our land, they didn't see us as killers. Our forefathers, we are not killers. We are not killing one another. Rather, the God of the land will strike somebody. I am from my community. We have a Madua in our community. If you do anything evil, and there is a warning, sound warning, or a kind of warnings, and he refused. Amadioha will kill the person. Even up to today, Amadioha will kill the person. You see, so you see, our own God, our own way of religion is completely collided with Christianity. You see, so our
okay, Mazi, don't go. Mazi, don't go. Thank you very much. Don't go.
Yeah, please don't let that. You should hang on because I will have an input when you finish, Mazi.
I know. Mazi, I hope you are hearing me. You are hearing me, right?
I'm very, very clear, sir.
Okay, listen. Listen. When you talk about killing, it depends on what you think. That is belief, religion. Your way of belief. That is what it means. So now when you say that your belief is superior because you don't kill, I don't know what makes it like that, or why do you think like that, Mazi? Let us go back a bit. Christianity, it killed more people than you can think about. In the name of, I'm not talking about in the name of Christianity. When you study history, you know. It was pacified just few years back. You understand? So, now, even in the Bible you are talking about, in the Bible, there are many things there. Maybe, people, a homosexual, a lesbian, a homosexual in the Bible. It is there. I think in the book of Leviticus. Bring the person. If they see you do that, they throw you stone. They use stone. They decapitate you. Even a child that is unrespectful to the parents is there in the book of Leviticus. God said, bring the person. Once the mother and the father, they witness this child is disrespectful, use stone, kill the person. Let me tell you this. These religions, as you are saying it in this 21st century, it was not like this. Do you understand? These religions, it wasn't like this. When you say now, it didn't kill, but these people, even with the sanction of Catholic Church, collaborations of Catholic Church, they brought people, Africans, into slavery, the most heinous crime ever. And today you are telling us that it doesn't kill, you fool in the Bible. Have you forgotten where even God commanded the Israelis to go and kill, slaughter even pregnant women? Don't pity them. When people say that God is not a killer, or please, I'm coming. You will speak. When people,
I'm just helping what you're saying. The land of Amalekite.
Yes. When people think that the God we serve is a peaceful God, that you are just you are foolish. You are ignorant. God is number one killer, number one terrorist. Let me tell you that the God is number one terrorist. Have you, Mazi? Do you read the Bible at all? Do you study it? Do you see where they tell them go and take people's land to slaughter everybody? Because these people, what are you talking? For goodness sake, is it because of ignorance or what? Let me tell you, just your belief and what you are thinking. It's human beings that see some things and say no, it is not like this. We are humans suffering it. Let us modify our own way. That is where when you see the Europeans demarcated religion from states, from government, from day-to-day running of government, it is because of the killings that religions bring. So enlightenment made them to understand that we human beings, we need to chart our own way. Not killing for one spirit or the other you didn't see. He tell you to kill. Do you understand? So, what you are seeing today, being done, committed, we call them terrorists. Yes, that is what they are in this modern time. But let me tell you, the Europeans terrorized the world for many centuries, using religion also. Don't you know that? Don't you know that? Let me tell you, if what is going on continue going, a time will come in the next 300 years, our children will be calling Fulanis the most peaceful set of people on earth. By that time, they have been subjugated. By that time, the conquest will be complete. Their mind now, inside their brain will be and they are wanting to go how but ana musisi na history that they brought you to know God. Do you understand? By that time there will be peace because they have completely conquered, just like what the Europeans did. Let us understand things, Mazi, and stop talking out of sentiment. Don't go, please, because I know you have to say something, but one other want to say something. One other, go on, please.
Yeah, Mazi that asked the question. May I ask you, please, what is your religion? Because you say our religion. What is it that you practice, please?
Well, what I practice is Christian, but I'm talking of our fathers. They don't.
No, that's okay. No. You invoke two things, please. You said our religion, and then you talked about Christian religion. I'm asking you, which of the religions you practice Christianity, right? Okay, cool. No, yeah, I heard you. I heard you. I want us to do like, I talk, talk. So when you said our Biafrans don't kill our own, because that's why I asked you, which one is your religion? Were you invoking our ancient religion, or were you invoking the Christian religion? Please.
Even in US, where you are living, you see Biafrans involved in all those killings and terrorism.
Okay, I think I got what I'm looking for. Let me ask that. If you're talking about Christian religion that they don't kill, Mazi Johnathan have addressed that. But if you're talking about Biafrans do not get involved in suicide bombing or this conquest thing, is because of our culture. That's what we have trying to establish here. When you go to people, their culture, which is their belief, which is their norm, go to those things you call ancient religion, not this organized religion. Because people, it was their belief. They were satisfied with their belief. Those traditions they raised, they did not acquire those beliefs or those traditions for the conquest of other people. They respected other people. Okay? So that is why. But let me tell you, if what is happening, or the Biafra, because you invoke Biafrans, if Muslim religion is introduced to them, give it time, some Biafrans will be suicide bomber. Because this is psychology, this is philosophy, manipulation of the mind. Because, like again, I'm not going to repeat what Mazi has said. The Crusaders were Christians. They were one of the major weapons that Christian religion used in conquering other people. In the name, I'm giving you religion. In the name that what you're practicing was inferior, I want to save you from going to hell. Why am I saying it? Because when you look at things like Judaism, they never went any conquest. That's the traditional belief, culture of a group of people. Hindu, the same thing. Omenala, the same thing. This is what we're trying to separate. People must get it. Other than that, any other religion that have been organized are purely political and social economical. Take it or lump it. There was something else Mazi said about people killing in the name of God, which is scattered all over the Bible. Even the Canaanites, where were they killed? Because they were tagged non-Jewish believers. That qualified them. You want to kill a dog, give it a bad name. That is what religion is doing. The Sumerians, under Namachuku, the Jerichans, these were human beings created by God. These is I'm going to qualify what Mazi said. I'm not yet bolded. I'm not going to go to that far to say God, is a terrorist or is a killer. But people have made God to come to be that way, or people to view God that way, because these individuals are the ones coming and claiming that God told me to do this because I am a high priest, because I'm the one that hears from God. Manipulation of the minds, and there was no evidence to prove that they heard from God or not. They will tell you, God told us to go and overtake this world and conquer them and slaughter them, and people went with it because that's what they knew, that was the belief they had. Just like what the Muslims are doing in our country today. Allah have told them that Nigeria is their estate and they must get it. Who was there when Allah spoke to them? How do you know Allah told them? But that's it. Somebody invoked that and they believe it. That's what we're trying to propagate here. Thank you, Mazi. God bless.
Mazi, you have any other thing? Please go on. Other people are calling.
Thank you, my professor. What I want to say is to drop a word to our people. That is one of your quotes, which I like, which I confirm that it is true. That religion is like a gun. It can be used to protect. It can also be used to be killed. So these colonists, they brought religion to us, to dominate us, to conquer us. We have to be very careful. Let us stand like Esther in the scripture. Let us stand like Nehemiah in the scripture and get our goal, so that when Biafra is restored, adotata ala ndeba isi adota ala adozie ute amazie abia tinye ihe obula gbasara religion tinye na nekete yoze ya yo mana nke mere bange eguzoro oya bo okwu m na mgbede am na-eme every Biafrans all over the world.
Ndewo.
Yes, sir.
Ndewo, thank you very much. Ndewo. We must continue. We don't shy away from questions, please. Caller on WhatsApp. Caller, can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp.
Yes, Mazi Johnathan, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, good. I don't know why.
I can actually hear myself.
Go on, please. Go on. It's not from here. Maybe I don't know what's happening.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mazi, for bringing me in. It's been a very long time. I've always wanted to come into this program since you people have been doing it. This is my lucky day. Wanda, I thank you so much for your always showing up here to educate our people. I want to quickly raise my point. My name is Mazi Biafra TV, popularly known on Facebook as Mazi Biafra TV. My name is Mazi Johnathan.
I encountered with you 2 days ago or yesterday. Okay, God bless.
Okay. First of all, I want to address what the last caller said about religion first before I go into my main topic. What I wanted to say. It's high time our people get to understand that religion itself, the word religion, is an English language that was brought to us to classify the way people worship. That is why they call it religion. And some of our people have forgotten that every country or every clan or every family, so to say, in the world, every nation in the world has that same religion, but they have a way they call it. So now when people want to talk, they always say religion, and then they classify it to be maybe just Christian religion and Muslim religion. No, that thing is just a word that those people who brought the name for us, that is how they want to identify the way we worship. So people should take that. It's a very good correction for our people to understand, because it's not only Christian and Islamic religion that is here. There is Omenala, the way we call it in our own land.
Religion is
and many more.
Okuperechi. That is the way we interpret.
Thank you. Okuperechi, yes, how you worship. Now, let me now say something about power. In every land in the world, there is power. It all depends on how you control that power. before the arrival of Christian religion, which I'm going to talk about shortly, before the arrival of Islamic religion, which I am also going to talk about shortly, there was this way of worship.
How?
Mazi, go on. Are you there?
Please. I hope his network is not.
I don't know what is happening. No, reconnecting. Mazi, your network is reconnecting. My goodness me. I think no, it cut. I have a caller on signal. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. Caller on signal. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mazi. Good evening from here.
There, well,
I'm here. I'm not hearing you direct from phone.
go on. Can you hear me now?
I'm not hearing you direct from.
Go on. Can you hear me now? Go on, please. Go on. Mazi, continue. Caller on was on signal. Please go on. Continue.
I'm hearing you.
Then go on.
Okay. Good evening, my sister. I thank you for your program. You know, there's the beginning of this thing you said that somebody said that is that coming here to preach, is that what we are doing, this and that. That person devoid what is called enlightenment. It is through what we are doing today that will make people to realize, to understand how things work. Our sister talked what she counted when he first arrived in America. Everybody and most of us counted such a things here in Italy, here or any other place. I didn't say my name. My name is Emily Chris. I'm calling from Italy. So most of us, when we came here in Italy, they eat here in Italy. But when I come close to that area, it irritates me. I don't even come. Even as I speak now, I brought my wife here. She don't even if some food seed. She don't. When I cook it, she run away. But I know in due time she will be used to it. So that is how it is. Having said this, in enlightening our people will be a something gradual process to change their mindset. In other words, we could have used force. In those days, they are using force to stop people, to colonize people, as you said. Europeans came to Africa. They divided themselves into two. Some come with a petting way to colonize you. Some other come with force. Some group of people will come and kill you and go, and other ones will come and they pet the remaining ones. And you say yourself, these ones are good, they are good people.
Yes,
they
missionaries. The missionaries.
They build, they put a little money to their own money and build churches. And inside that church they build, our people give offering there and they take the money back. They're taking the money they invested to build churches in our place, gradually, they're recovering their money. It's not something they will take it back immediately. They know that he invested, build a lot of churches, put people there, and that money will be coming back to them in gradual process. This is what they have been doing. And when we came to Europe here, we begin to realize all these things. I think our people have not understand all these things, how it works. And that is why we need to be teaching our people on daily basis. Because once our people become enlightened, that is why those like our sister talk about Jagaba. Once people become enlightened, you see what is happening in Nigerian politics today. You can also realize that the brilliant people has picked up what is happening in the Nigerian political dispensation today. They are not even following the politicians as usual. But the most ignorant ones and those that can be fooled gullible ones are still being manipulated by the politicians. As you said, these politicians are supposed to be the people that could have unite the people between the Muslim and the Christians and bring everybody together. But you see that the political Nigeria are politically divided, religious divided, and everything divided. Even those that champion the division are the politicians. So they couldn't be able to bring people together under one umbrella so that people will, at least my country first before religion. But everybody put their tribe first or religion first before Nigeria. And that's why Nigeria has no basic. That's why Nigeria cannot grow, no matter how you do it. Before they start now to build unity of Nigeria, it will cost them the next 40 years to come. By that time, we at the age of 40 or 30 now will get to 70, then the new generation will pick up. When I really came here in Italy, when you go close to, that was about 20 years ago, let me say, when you go close to Italians, they become irritated. They are being scared, black person. But today, their young youths come to us because those that were born as at 2000, 2003, 2005 have grown up with some of our children in the school, some of our people in the school, some of our in their midst. So they become used to us. They're no more scared of us again. So this is something that takes gradual process and develop. Let me put something here. There's something you said, Mazi Johnathan. You said that God is a terrorist himself. I think I concur with you. Because even the Bible, let us know that the Bible they quote, because I quote the Bible to give reference so that because of what people believe. But I myself, I don't believe them, but I don't give reference of it so that you can believe what I'm saying. But I don't believe on it. He said that he killed the first son of Egyptians in order to make Moses a pharaoh to let their children go. I'm not hearing you, but I know you are hearing me. So that
go on. We are hearing your voice is coming out. Go on.
Okay, thank you. So now he also killed the Pharaoh army inside the Mediterranean, inside the sea, so that to prove that he is God. So he killed people in order to set some people free. And this is what our people have not understand in the religion of today. You said something also that after 30 years, maybe or the next 40 years, the people will come up, will say that finally are the messiahs that come to save us and bring us to introduce religion to, and that is how it works. Because that is what exactly Europeans did in Africa. They key our answers, let us understand. Give us the definition of Omenala. We are just today out. So people are not sure, people are guessing, people are talking what they feel like, what they know. But nobody is precisely sure this Omenala. How does it begin and where did it start? Perhaps there was a documentation. Europeans took every documentation made available by our people that time. The demolition of them burned some of them down. You cannot go. We grow like a son without father. Because a son without is different from a son with a father. If your father are there, at least he will lay the kind of things to you, you will understand. So this is what exactly, and this thing is what Fulani is going to do if we don't stand up now to build our people to understand what's happening and what this religion is all about. Religion is like belief, as you said. This religion is even Omena is religion. Omena is religion. Then we use the word traditional religion. Traditional. There are things you don't have the name in English. That is like let me show you example. This smartphone we are using today. 20 years ago, they were working like smartphone. It doesn't exist. Those that built smartphone, now we don't have the name in Igbo land. Smartphone has no name in Igbo land because it is not our neck. Ogiri, the name of Ogiri, because it's not a neck. It is our own product. The things we have to, the only thing that we devoid is that I may say because of the influence of the Europeans make us not to modelize things, because on this earth today, things, even the Western world modelize things in order to get suit into the days, the real days or the actual days they're living. That's what they do, and that is what they felt was what I see as a
Mazi, round up, please.
So what am I saying except to round up, my brother? So our people should not be carried away because of religion. No religion is superior to each other. No even language is superior to each other. Everything is equal. It's only that some people begin to enlighten their own language, like Igbo language now. Some people, when you see a Hausa man speaking Igbo, you'll be amazed. Speaking Igbo, even if you not even go further to let him know more secret of Igbo. But we can go to Hausa and even know more their secret. And that is the thing. And even that we elaborate our language, I think maybe today Nigeria will be speaking, or all Nigerians will be speaking Igbo. So no language is superior, and I concur with that. Thank you, Mazi, and God bless you.
Remain blessed too. I have a caller on WhatsApp, but still hold on. Let me pick this caller on direct line. Caller on direct line, can you hear me?
I'm Kawachida. My name is Chita from Bungaba. I come from the Republic of the newspaper, Mazi. Mazi, I greet all of you and our sister. May God keep you and keep all of you alive for us. And America, one of Biafra land. I praise all of you. You know, they use for the devil and the do. May God keep you alive for us. Mazi, you know, our Mazi, we learn about our religion. The way our ancestors conduct the history of our land, the history of our forefathers, and the hand that have gone for has really good la baraha kede. You know, I want to the baraha kede. Hamibu one mother, Hamibu, Hamibu, Meligo, baraha kede, ala baraha kede. All our men alani. Mazet, Nnamdi our own religion, our men alani, chicken now. Oh, yeah, Mazi, you see, the Christianity will give us. The Christianity be like gone. If they can do good, they can do bad. Now, for good now, Mazi, even if you take from now to the kingdom come, Mazi, you know to react to it. They don't feel react because some of those crazy men, some of them know the truth. But as long as the way they work with the politicians, we keep everybody like that level, we the suffer now, because that is the hellfire, Mazi. Anybody of them where they complain hellfire, Nigeria is the capital of hellfire. They tell you the truth. They deceive themselves. If they see they preach hellfire somewhere, they deceive themselves because they know the truth, but they are deceiving themselves because when they come from the same government, they will keep all of us in that condition. You see, that is why. Then they go church, they say, may they know that. And their counterparts who need to where they fight to come off, they carry gun, they come every day by day. And that particular church now, they may feel buy gun, give train some boys, make them be now, or make them be a guide, or make them be the security for that church where they watch around. So that their followers, they worship themselves. At least if they feel like me to come to kill, then they comfort them. Before they go carry a killer all of them finish, at least they go get like some kilometers and finish they run. And those inside the church they run away. They never get that number of people to kill. Those who are inside church they say. You see, but when they tell say maybe no react, maybe no even kill do anything, say now God will go come fight their battle. And they tell us say God na spirit. Now I don't know how the spirit way you never see, you never know whether it's tall. I be fat, I be yellow, I be black. How you come carry gun for hand, stand there. Come the first physical human being where they say now this thing where it happen in reality. The person where they shoot you gun, a physical human being like you where they see you. Mazi, I never know how that kind of thing will be happening. I never know, Mazi. You see, for that you, if you put from nothing back in the command, they don't feel that to at the pay through. But if we're going to continue to repeat the truth must be preached. Because this is since 1969, they see the topic today. They never stop. One person where I didn't give lecture Mazi for my line. Now yesterday, when I come to the conference, everything I tell I preach. And so they they inside this brainwash and the suspicious. Now don't eat our people deeply. Our people don't these suspicious don't eat us deeply, Mazi. We have a lot of to do. And we think they reverse people back now, they come to Biafra, Mazi. If not come to Biafra, our people we don't go far. A revival Now the Biafra and the revive us, man, that they take.
Of course.
Because the people, they carry this religious Christianity, they wash.
And
the way where the people where they preach for Nigeria, they preach for them. When they tell them, make them they sleep, they go deep because of say them they work with the government. That is why they no feel relaxed. So even to pursue foul, they no feed them. But I tell you true. I know people who and them they no feed them till their kingdom come. They no feed. But me, I know go bless you animals. When they do the practical work, that's when I be. If you can't second. Fulani go overrun the so-called they say our land, the Biafra land, and I go slow.
Thank you.
Our land and I go slow. Because Hamadike, God give us a Hamadike, make him come on time before the Fulani start to begin to prepare themselves. And our Hamadike don't give them that to go slow. And when they no fit tamper our land.
Thank you, Mazi. Thank you. Caller on WhatsApp. Thank you for holding on. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp.
I can hear you, Mazi Johnathan.
Welcome to the program. The whole world is hearing you.
Thank you so very much for taking your time to pick my call today. Mazi, my name is Obin. I'm calling from London in United Kingdom. Mazi, your topic today already has an answer, but we are still waiting for people that can come with a contrary answer as well. You said, is there a religion superior to others? The answer, you've already given it affirmative. No. And I also agree with you on your answer. But I will follow another line of thought provocation to see how I'm going to help our people see things in another perspective. Mazi, let me share with you. When in 2006, when Shakira sang a song during South African World Cup, in one of the lines of that song, Shakira says, "This is the time for Africa." For football lovers, they see it as a time for Africa to host the World Cup and a time for Africa to celebrate because they've arrived. For us, we see it as a time that Africa should wake up and get enlightened and get liberated and become better than the Europeans. Mazi, my intention tonight is to spark and awake some level of reasonability and thought process in our people, probably with all your listeners. My aim is to cause a paradigm shift in the way our people think, the way our people see things, and the way they read books. Mazi, my wish is that someday majority of our people will become free thinkers, skeptics, and also agnostics. These three words were rich in Europe in 17th century, and that's what changes the face of Europe till 21st century. Mazi, let's come down to Bible. I want to use just Bible as an example to portray my point. I don't want to delve into Islam or Islam war. Mazi, for Bible, in Bible, especially followers of Bible, I don't have any critics against them. Everybody has the right to worship any religion he wants. But I need them to understand what they are worshiping or what they are following. Because majority of the followers of religion are highly uneducated. They are just following sheepishly without knowing what they are following. So, but when they understand, they will be able to stand for themselves. Master, for Bible followers, Bible is a true story. For some people, Bible is a true story, but not always factual. But for people like us, Bible is a true story. Sorry, the truth of the Bible doesn't come from the facts of the stories, but rather from the spiritual meaning of those stories. I will leave that for another day. Master, let me share with you. We sit down here in the same Bible you read. In Bible, Master, in Genesis 15 down and Joshua 1, they wrote there, that's Moses wrote in these books, that God made a covenant with Abraham and said, to your descendants I give this land from river of Egypt to the great river, the Euphrates, the land of the Canaanites, the land of the Canaanites, the Cadmonites, Hittites, Perizzites, all of those sites. He said to them that God will promise them other people's land. God will promise somebody's land to you, and you are reading the Bible and you are following it sheepishly. It's just like in 21st century, Fulani is telling you that their great-great-grandfathers promised Nigeria as an estate for them, and you are there fighting them.
Why did you believe that?
They say their God promised them Nigeria, and Nigeria is their own land. So it's the same thing.
Mazi, thank you. So this is the same thing. The difference is that the one in the Bible has been written 2,000 years ago. Over time, generation has come and passed and forget what happened practically, and the generation of today is reading it as a factual story. So when Fulani succeeded in taking over Nigeria, the generation of the next 100, 200 years will take it as factual story that Allah gave it to them. Are you getting my point? Mazi, I want to also provoke your thoughts on Adam. When they wrote in your Bible and told you God created Adam and Eve, I don't believe in creationism. I believe in evolution, but I'll leave that for another day. God created Adam and Eve. And how did the world multiply? Adam and Eve gave birth to who? Cain and Adam. Sorry. Adam and Eve gave birth to what? Cain, right? Cain and the brother. Who did they get married to? It's either they were sleeping with their sisters or they were sleeping with their mother to bear children. That's how they multiply. But these were not written in your Bible. These are critical thinking that people need to fit in. But Mazi, let me leave the Bible and move on to where we are today. Mazi, most people do not understand who the United Kingdom is. When they hear the name, they think it's a name that was created by God, or a name that is so superior and big and manufactured from somewhere. No. Let me share with them in a few minutes, Mazi. Please let me know when my time is over. I will be very quick, Mazi. Mazi, between 43 to 82, remember, United Kingdom, they were conquered by what? By who? Under the Emperor Claudius, by the Roman forces. So the UK they are seeing today, they were not just manufactured somewhere and they are conquering people. No, they learned the trade by those that used them. Emperor Claudius conquered them and installed the Roman emperors. As if that was not enough. In 1066, after the conqueror of emperor, the Normans that we call the Vikings took over from where they stopped. The Vikings took over the Britain and conquered them. And it was the Vikings that changed the face of the modern United Kingdom you see today. Master, the castles you are seeing today, the Tower of London, the Windsor you are seeing today, the fortress you are seeing today, were not done by the indigenous English people. They were the ideas and the creation and the construction of the Vikings until the Vikings were defeated and they left. Why am I saying this with you? If you allow a conqueror to conquer you, they will reshape your life. They will change and obliterate your history, and all of them will be gone, and you become like them. That is why I am telling our people, listen to me. Whether somebody is telling you to pray and fast, that is nonsense. The Israelites of today, you are praying for their God. They do not sit down to defend themselves against the 6 enemy nations that surrounded them. Let us go and read the less than 1 week war between the Israel and their 6 nations. It was not God that saved them. It was their infrastructures and the armories that they set up that they used to defeat them. But what am I saying today? Today, when I want you to follow the narrative of Nigerian government and the United States government, during the massacre in the church in Owo, immediately after that, the issue were tabled in the parliament, in the house in the United Kingdom. They were following the same narrative that these are religious crises and all of that. But and you know what they're saying? Everybody should exercise calm. Everybody should calm down. Be patient. I pray for God. The Pope is praying to God and asking God to help them and bring them down and calm them down. Nigerian government is praying to God. The Church of Nigeria is praying to God. The Church of England is praying to God and help them to calm them down. They are deceiving you. You've got to rise up and defend yourself. God does not protect you when you are facing a conqueror, when you are facing a war. The people telling you to calm down and exercise caution and calm, these people have been in a situation of war. They have murdered millions of people. The Pope in Italy, they have murdered. People say, Christian, you don't want. No, I want them to go and read what we call crusade. Crusade is not the gathering of people to come and pray for God. Crusade is a
launched against those that does not believe in Christian, and they massacred and slaughtered them. So you cannot sit down, my people. Rise up. Don't sit down. Anybody that attack you, you must defend yourself. Defense is a natural mechanism that is put in every human being. You must defend yourself like the Ukrainians are defending themselves. Nobody will say you've committed any crime. If anybody attack you, don't go and pray and fast. You must find a way to rise up and challenge them and deal with them. You don't sit down and pray when somebody is killing you. Fulani is not praying to their Allah when they are unleashing terrorism to you. They are unleashing crime to you, and you're sitting down listening to your politicians. These politicians are compromised. These politicians are corrupt. They don't have your interest. All they have is the interest of their stomach. Mazi, thank you so very much for this opportunity, and I hope our people is able to take some information and work with them and save their lives, as we are helping to save their lives as well. Thank you until I come your way again. Have a wonderful evening.
There will remain blessed. We must continue. Caller on signal. Welcome to the program. Caller on signal, can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi, I can hear you.
Okay, go on, please. Go on, please. Go on.
Okay. I didn't even know that it has gotten to me because I was listening from my radio. Okay. Please, I was the one who called on WhatsApp the other time, and my call went off. Mazi Madu.
Okay.
I quickly want to make my view before I hang up. Okay. Please, am I coming out clear? Can I go ahead, Mazi?
Mazi, go ahead. The platform is yours. Go ahead.
As I was saying, I was talking about power. I want our people to understand that before the coming of the people who brought us the Christian religion, our people practiced power. And they were not doing power to show, because our people understood that they have to be contented with what they have. That is why our people are not conquerors. We were not seeking for people's land, because there was something called tradition. And to me, I believe that tradition of our people is what we are supposed to see as our Bible of today. Every clan, every generation in every nation, their tradition or what they do or how they live or the laws of their land should stand as their Bible, which is supposed to guide them on how to live and govern themselves. Now, these people that created or that started this Christian religion, according to them in the Bible, and I observed that the Egyptians or the people who were in charge of, who were in authorities in Israel at that time, noticed the way the Jews, the followers of Jesus Christ, were behaving. They behaved like cowards. They behaved like people without brains. They behaved like people who are already giving their life to death. Now they watched them for so long, observed them and how they behave. They knew that these people, they are easy to kill, and you can take over what belongs to them when you kill them. Now they decided to take over that religion, Christian religion, from them. They spread the religion anywhere they wanted to conquer people. They took Christian religion there, and when they bring the religion there, they give it to the people, and they kill their mindset of being strong and obeying the powers in their land. Now, like, I want to use our own land as an example. These people came in with Christian religion. They saw the way we practiced power, and we had this democracy on our own in our land. They decided to take off those masks of those shrines or those things they call deities in their words. They decided to take them, thinking that the powers were in those places, not knowing that the power is in the land where we come from. The laws and everything to us is in the land. If you pray with the land, that's why today anybody who is a very serious omenala, somebody uses the land to pray. Everything you ask for, you get. If you don't know how to do that, if you go to your ancestor, your father's grave, if your father is dead, or anywhere your ancestors are seen or to be buried, you go there, do the normal procedure and pray. you get your answers instantly because our God has never been a slow God. But these people notice that the Christian religion is a very good religion to conquer people. They sold it to us, which is the reason why we find ourselves where we are today. And then Christian religion has made people believe that the Almighty God, which everybody believes, is a slow-walking God. That is why somebody will tell you that God's time is the best, not knowing that God's time is that time that you start thinking about that thing you want to do. Mazi, let me stop here because I've taken a lot of time and I know many.
There were. Thank you. I think this is where we are going to draw the curtain, because the time. Let me pick this call first. Many people are calling. Everybody wants to. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mazi. Good evening to you.
Welcome to the program.
Yes, thank you very much for picking my call. My name is Nnamdi. Yes, I am calling from my location, France. So, Mazi, thank you for this beautiful program. It's a very marvelous one. You see, what these people did to us is they came to our land and learned our culture, went back to their country and refined it to the way it will suit them. You see, I blame our people, some of our people who say they are educated, they have been to us more than you, and then they went and screwed the way of other people's life. They screwed how to speak other people's language. And then they will come back to our land and use it against our people. You see, the way of our life is beyond education for us to learn, which is our ordinary. That is the real education, undiluted education in this life. But it is colonial people from our life and corrupting. So, I thank you for this program. I am happy that our people are coming back to their citizens. It is time for us to go back to our father's way and take over our land. Thank you very much, Mazi, for this beautiful program.
There will remain blessed too. We must continue. My goodness me. Now I have to pick two calls. Caller on signal, welcome to the program. Please let's be making it brief. Caller on signal, can you hear me? Ndewo Mazi, please go on.
Please Mazi, I want to play a devil advocate here. Our Mazi, Lady Marian, I want to ask you a question. Do you pray in the name of Jesus or Yeshua?
I go directly to God. I don't pray in the name of anybody. I used to pray. Let me tell you, my movement, where I am today, it took me time. When I got into religiosity, into Christian religion, I was praying in the name of Jesus. Then I realized that's not his name. I started invoking Yeshua. So now I finally got to where I am spiritualism. I go directly to God. I don't need any man. Because even if I follow the Bible, it said the veil has been broken. Moreover, Yeshua never asked me to pray through him. And secondly, Yeshua is not God. If you even go through the Christian Bible, he is Lord. There's a difference between Lord and God. I don't know if I answer your question.
The reason why I said is that over the days this program started, I think we've been doing very well on it, but it's not replicating in the whole platforms of IPOB community radio. Some people are praying in the name of Yeshua, some people are praying in the name of Jesus, anchoring our radio. But when we listen to two things that play out here, one, our leaders said Jesus never asked anyone to pray in his name. Rather, he prayed in the name of his Father in heaven. That's one, if we believe in that. Second, our tradition in Biafra land is what they use in writing the Bible. Our ancestors never pray in the name of anybody. They pray in the name of one person. Chukwokike, Abiyama. Now, our leader came and teach all of us this the same thing. You guys, both of you come here and you teach almost the same thing. I feel very confused sometimes when people come and pray in the name of Yeshua or they pray in the name of Jesus. But our leader, who we all following, have not prayed in that name. Rather, he said, and he read the Bible the day he made this comment, that the name of Jesus or J started in existence 480 years ago. Why are we still using it? Are we not confusing our people that are listening to us? Having said that, our tradition as Igbos, our tradition as the Jews of Africa, our tradition as the Chukwokike must be followed on this platform, must be replicated, so that people know where to follow and carry on in that particular religion that is true and honest, which is the name of that Chukwokike, which means the unknown God. No one knows him. He's the one that created heaven and earth. I want to appreciate both of you for what you're doing and all the callers. Thank you so much and good evening.
Thank you. I understand what our brother is saying, but let me say this. What we are doing here, we are not cajoling anybody or trying to force somebody to, do it like this or like that. No. We are revealing the facts. We are revealing things so that we should make our choice or our choices. You understand? We have pastors in Biafra land, in IPOB. We have different rabbis, different people. But what we are doing is to expose the facts so that it is for you to make your choice. All that matters to us is Biafra. Listen, Biafra is a religion. It's our religion. That is why every other thing becomes secondary. Every other religion, whether church or is secondary. Even normally, I don't even like the fact to start asking, are you praying with you? Just like our brother asked. Yes, is his question. But if it is me, I wouldn't ask it, because that is a little the details that is for me. It is I don't know whether it is not worth it. Biafra is our main religion. Do you understand? That is why before you genuinely enter into this, you must jettison any other religion which you cherish as your life. Biafra becomes your life. If you never do that, know that there is something wrong. You never start. I used to say it, because maybe that thing you cherish as your religion will tell you, hey, stop this thing you are doing, Biafra agitation, stop it, and you stop, because you held it above Biafra. So Biafra is our common religion. Just like one other said, you can have any religion in America. It doesn't matter if you want to bring stone, be worshipping na stone every time. It is nobody's problem. But where it becomes people's problem is when you do something, for example, that is un-American. Do you understand that? America is number one. Any other thing you are doing as religion is, you are allowed. If, for example, America say this, maybe tomorrow being Sunday, everybody will sit at home. Just for example. Now you say no, my religion says.
You can use you can use the mask during COVID.
Okay.
When it was said, wash your mask.
Okay. Now you are going outside when the government said everybody should use nose mask. You say no, my religion is against it. That you are stupid. They will tell you that you are stupid. You and eat that your religion. Go and let that your religion give you good life. Because it is the government that gives you good. That is why we make Biafra our number one religion. That is what our leader tried to imbibe in us, and we must continue it. Instead of coming to, I now touch your wine with are you praying with Yahushua or Jesus? Because this is we should grow above this. Honestly, we should grow above that. If you want, pray in the name of Eliza. If you want, pray in the name of any person or anything you want. But once it comes to Biafra, you don't joke with it. You remove that name. Don't even go there. That is how we should be. I have a caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp, please make it brief.
Hello.
Come to the program. Caller
Yeah,
on
make
WhatsApp.
it brief.
Go.
I'll make it brief. Thank you, my brother. God bless you. I want to say something. A little bit something. Jesus,
Please
is the
introduce
shortcut
yourself
of
first.
Joshua.
Introduce yourself first.
My name is Opara from Holland.
Okay.
Jesus is the lack of word, some alphabet that is missing to a language that is not up to, they cannot pronounce Jehoshua, so they now make it Jesus. But that is not the case. I want to talk about Islam. Islam is purposely designed to destroy Christianity. Islam is purposely designed to destroy Christianity.
Mazi, why do you say so? Why do you say so? Let us say.
I'll tell you. Look anywhere there was Christianity. When Islam go there, it will destroy Christianity to zero. In Medina, Mecca, Medina was even the head of Christianity and Jews. But when Prophet Muhammad came there on refugee, when they chased him from Mecca, he went to Medina, they accept him, and when he get power, he kill all of them. Today, no Christian can go to Medina. You are not allowed to go there and Mecca. Because
Mazi,
you are unclean.
before you continue, because we are all students of history, please, before you continue, can I also make you or tell you that even in that medieval period,
no, Medina.
I say, I understand. I say during that old time, that medieval period, Jews even they felt safe, more safer in the hands of Muslims than in the hands of Christians. Do you know that? Even when Muslims conquered the Iberian Peninsula in Europe, even part of Holland you're staying today. They call the Iberian Peninsula, comprising France, Spain, some part of France, Spain, Portugal.
Yes, I agree with you, but you got to know Islam go with sword, Christian never go with sword.
No. Mazi, no, I don't agree. No. That is. Do you know what that
The Crusader was formed because the Muslim was capturing and conquering Christian land up to Jerusalem. When they went to Jerusalem and captured Jerusalem, then the Pope, now they create Crusaders to go and fight the jihadists that conquered Jerusalem, the head office of Christianity. But let's not go that area.
No. Let me also correct. Mazi, we must be historically correct. We take it step by step, please, because people are listening.
Why Crusader was formed?
Wait, now let me come. Don't just we are chatting, we are interacting, no problem. We are not fighting. Now, what about when Emperor Constantine turned Christianity into a state religion and started persecuting and started with the point I want to, and started killing or persecuting people that couldn't accept that Christianity as a religion. What do you have to say about it?
Yeah, in Christianity, there is no part in the Bible that says that if you go to preach to people, kill him. But sometimes people make mistake for one reason or the other. But in the Bible, it says when you go to preach to people, if you preach to them, they don't accept you, knock up your shoe and go. There is no violence in that. Constantine, when he converted to Christianity,
because he's the leader of the Roman Empire, a lot of people now converted into Christianity. Because of the peace of Christianity, that is why the most developed country today in the world are all Christian countries. America, Canada.
Mazi, please.
One minute.
No. If I tell you to, I'm handling the microphone, please. That is what I hate.
Okay.
If I tell you to stop, I say something, you stop. You cannot intimidate me in my own microphone. It's impossible.
Sorry.
So, what I'm saying, because you are mixing up things. You understand? You know, there are stories you will tell maybe kindergarteners. It is different from things, facts. You understand? So, when Emperor Constantine in the 4th century made Christianity a state religion, you are telling me that all converted. Is that what you're telling me? Now,
when you're a king, when you convert to religion, most of the time, most of the people you are ruling, most of the people, they can follow you convert at the ancient time. But it was not like if you don't convert.
No, it was a law, Mazi. It was a law. It was a law. A law was made. Do you understand? That to turn it become a state religion. Do you understand me? So, and this thing you are saying, okay, what about, like, you are quoting Bible, of which is even thanks to that Emperor Constantine that you are even quoting this Bible. I hope you understand. Now, inside that Bible, it is also written many things concerning killing. Kill them. Stone them to death.
In the New Testament.
Don't tell me that. Remember, Old Testament.
We are following Christ. We are Christian. No, we are Christian. We are Christian, follower of Christ. Follower of Christ. So if you're going to the Old Testament,
if you are calling it Old Testament, why is it there? Why is it there?
No, the Bible is books of books. Those things are history, things that happened before. We are Christians. We are not Abrahamites. We are Christians, the follower of Christian.
Was Jesus Christ a Christian or was he a Judaist? What did he practice? Was he a Christian?
No, Jesus Christ did not practice. Jesus Christ showed us how to pray, and we follow his footsteps.
No. I asked you something. It's a simple question.
Yes.
Was he? Did he practice Yeshua, Jesus, whatever you call him? Because you are his follower. So my question.
So when he Christ himself, we are follower of Christ.
Did he practice with?
Jesus Christ says that he did not come to change the law. He come to modernize, to interpret the law.
Answer my question now. You know, it's a simple question. Was he? Did he practice Judaism?
You want to answer like Atiku Abubakar and
sorry. Let me catch up the lady. Sorry, please don't be funny. Can the lady repeat the question again? Sorry.
Okay. Go on.
When Yeshua or Jesus, whatever you call him, was alive, was on earth, that walked the earth, did he practice Judaism or did he practice Christianity? Please.
He practiced Christianity.
What?
That is the beginning of Christianity.
When Jesus was on earth, there was nothing like Christianity. He was a Jewish man who prayed in the synagogue, performed.
That is the beginning.
He was never a Christian. But I'm coming to you because you're talking about, you're trying to separate the Old Testament and the New Testament, even though you guys carry the whole book. So if you're following or you're a follower of Yeshua, you should be practicing what Yeshua practiced.
When it comes to sowing seed and paying tithes, when it comes to sowing seed or paying tithe, they go to the so-called Old Testament. Do you see the hypocrisy?
I want to ask.
When it comes to
ask you one question.
Then why not? Why are you carrying it?
Let me ask you one question. Let me ask you one question.
Judaism, which was what Yeshua practiced.
Let me ask you one question.
Remove it.
Let me ask you one question.
If you say you're a follower of Christ,
he's saying you want to ask question. Allow him to ask question, please.
Jesus Christ says that you should kill.
Is what?
Is Jesus Christ order Christians to kill?
What do you mean?
Stop using the word Christian, because at the time he walked the earth, there was nothing like Christianity. That's the point argument that makes.
Okay, I mean Jesus. Okay, Jesus. Did Jesus order his followers to kill?
followers were the apostles, the people.
Okay, in Jesus Christ teaching, in Jesus Christ teaching,
if he never preached violence,
no. You know why I say no. All these things. This is it? Did he preach this and that? How many books did you read in the Bible? It's Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. Let me tell you, there are many other books, accounts of Christ. Do you understand?
Epistle of Thomas,
yes.
Epistle of Peter.
Epistles. How many books of Peter that you see in the Bible? No, only 2 verses, or 2 chapters. Do you understand?
Yes, let's not deviate. I just make a little statement.
We cannot be coming and throwing facts that are, things that are not factual. We are here to tell anything you're saying. Let's root sentiment, and this is why we are doing this program. No religion is more superior than the other. Okay? I'll give you proof. Yeshua, you are invoking. Never practiced Christianity because there was nothing like Christianity when he walked the earth. He was a Jewish man who worshipped in synagogue. Christianity came hundreds of years after Yeshua was gone. So let's stop mixing these things. And that's what is confusing people. They insert a new religion into his name. He has nothing to do with Christianity. If we must tell the truth.
Now is your point. Your point now is Christianity is superior. Is that what you're saying?
No. That is not my point. My point is the God of Islam asked the Muslims in chapter 929 to kill and intimidate the Christians.
But what of if the Muslims tell you? What of if the Muslim Mazi, wait, because what we want to remove here is ignorance. What of if you meet a Muslim, he tell you that look, no, that one is their Old Testament. What are you going to say?
The prophet Muhammad and God himself, because Islam is God talking. God don't have Old Testament in Islam. The book is 9, chapter 9. Listen, chapter 9. Chapter 9 is not abbreviated.
Mazi, let me. It's not abbreviated. Mazi, let us not bring this. This is, I call it Nigerian mentality argument. Because this argument doesn't lead nowhere. No, Mazi, please let me moderate.
I want to tell you why the Muslims are killing you. I want to tell you why the Muslims are killing.
They are killing to conquer. The same way the Europeans killed our ancestors and imposed Christianity on them. It's simple, the same thing. So why are we making? Why are you a Christian today? Are you supposed to be a Christian? Normally, is it your language? This Bible you are carrying, where was it printed? It's something they bring to you and say, look at it, read. Do you know what they have changed in it? Let us be reasonable and stop making this argument as if we're what is here? Well, let me tell you the fact about this Christianity. You say God of a Muslim, God of this and that. What they are doing is what the Europeans did in Africa.
I'm not talking about Europe. We're not talking about Europe. We're talking about the Bible, the Christianity, Christ himself.
Who brought you? No. Sorry, you are talking of Christianity as if you are the founder. Christ talk to you.
No.
Can you tell me that God is speaking to you?
The teaching. Listen, we're talking about the teaching here.
No, the teaching is what individual. There's something I want you to understand. You are giving it to through the perspective of those that impose it on you. Is it not? They tell you that if they slap you here, turn the other side. Isn't it? But in the same Bible, I said it before, you say, God tell the people in the same Christian Bible you are carrying, go and kill people and take their land.
No, that is Old Testament.
When they were conquering, do you know, when they were conquering, when they came to Africa, in their churches they preach that in the European Catholic they preach that look, what they are doing is going to convert the African heathens or that doesn't know God. So it gives them the moral justification in order to kill. Now you that are in this 21st century that I don't know your age, you are talking and Christ as if you monopolize Christ. People that gave it to you conquered you, and that is why you are.
They use it themselves. Listen. My brother, okay, can I talk now? Can I talk? Christianity developed Europe, developed America, developed Canada, developed Australia, because most of the university today in the world is built by Christians. church.
That is software.
And that is where, with the peace, you that is living in America today, is the benefit of Christianity, the peace and education that builds America.
You know, this thing I don't know, but what you are saying is historical fallacy. Do you understand? Don't worry, I will record your number so that we talk private, because this is, you know, people mix things, you know. What you are saying is you are confusing even listeners. I'm telling you, because you are mixing up both sentiments and the fallacy. Because for me to start right from scratch, it will take time. Do you understand me? Albert Einstein, that the father of physics, what church was he going? What are you talking? That Christianity, let me tell you, Christianity brought fighting among tribes in Europe. That is why European tribes fought wars more than African tribes. Do you understand that? But when development started in Europe, when they now remove distanced religion, that is Christianity, from day-to-day governance, because it makes them stupid. And you are coming here
and check all the universities now. Name me, look one university now.
Where?
Maybe Harvard or any university in the world. Look at it and look who built it. You will see that it's a missionary. Look at even Nigeria. Look at even Nigeria.
Please, example.
Look at.
Let me tell you, who built
any university? Any university? Anyone.
Who built the mosque in Abakaliki? It's a school also. Yeah. The biggest mosque in that is what do you call it?
Mosque has no benefit. I'm talking about school.
It's a school.
I'm talking about school.
It's a school.
Where is Islam? Where is Islam today? There is nothing Islam produced. Nothing.
Who told you that?
Who told you that?
What?
Oh my God!
Mazi,
Who told you that?
Sorry for your ignorance, please.
Like what? Like what?
We have to stop this thing, because it's going nowhere. You need to inbox me. Try to inbox me so that I'll write your. I'll store your this thing, because I would love to our discussion. You and I, you will take. Minimum.
What are the Muslim? Okay, one question.
Mazi, please, sorry. I argue or discuss to learn, not to just talk. When you mix up everything without a historical fact, you are just talking out of experience. What your Sunday school teacher taught you in Sunday school, and you come here in this hallowed platform to say things that. My goodness me. We have taken a lot of time. Please, caller on this thing. Oh. Caller on WhatsApp. You are going to be the last caller, because time is gone. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Please make it 3 minutes to the most.
Okay. Good evening, sir.
Welcome to the program.
Yes, my name is Uzochukwu Penatalan. I'm calling from the zoo. Look, I have some little things to say. First of all, I want to quote the scriptures, Zephaniah chapter 3, verse 10. Let me read it. Are you hearing me?
The whole world is hearing you, not only me.
Okay, Zephaniah chapter 3, verse 10. He said, from beyond the rivers of Cush, that is Sudan, my suppliant, even the daughters of my despised, shall bring me an offering. Let me read it again. It said, from beyond the rivers of Cush. And you know, this book, the scriptures, was written in Israel. And you know, after Israel, you get Egypt. After Egypt, then you come down to Africa. The way you get Cush or Sudan. And this book was written more than 5,000 years ago. And if you check the ancient map of Africa, after Kush or Sudan, what is the next thing you see there? Can you answer me, sir?
Mazi, go on. Well, Kush, after Sudan, you can get a country like even Niger. down to here.
No, I'm talking about the ancient African map, the African map of like 2000, 1000.
Go on, just give us the answer, please.
Okay. Let me answer the question. Immediately after that Kush, the next thing you get after it is Biafra. If you have the ancient map, go and check it. Immediately you pass Kush or Sudan, the next thing that follows it is Biafra. So you see that thing there Zephaniah was talking about Biafra, and this thing was written 1,000 years ago. Why did I bring this verse for you? If this can act as reference point for you to know the standard or the quality or the realism of whatever faith you want to practice. These people that wrote this thing has no connection with Biafra, but they wrote about Biafra. You see, so this will give you a kind of people about the authenticity of this scripture that you are reading, or how if you go to book, I'm not contradicting any other scripture, but I'm going to tell you.
As I want to explain, you remove it. Are you using earphone? Your voice is a kind of cracking now.
No, I'm not using earphone.
Okay, go on. Just round
I'm not using earphone.
1 minute.
Yeah.
Please round up.
Okay. Now, just give me like 1 minute, as you said. I will round up. Now, if you see this thing they call religion, religion is man-made. This book we read, the Bible, is a religious book, but not the scripture. Why is the Bible a religious book? It's because it was altered. They started putting Jesus, finding ways to add their ideology, but the raw scriptures itself is a very realism book. It's a book that tells you about reality and truth. Like as our sister said about the seven, she called it the seven period of creation. And if you check those 7 periods, you see that it is in line with evolution. When you talk about the water, you talk about again, you see, and that is the same thing that you have in the scriptures. You see it. So you see that the scriptures is not a religious book. It is simply a spiritual book. You see. Now, Abraham that we know as the father of faith, as we call it, Abraham that we know as the father of faith is the first man that discovered that there is only one creator that created the universe. Before Abraham, there was people worship one man. And what is worship? Worship is simply an excessive admiration for something. When you see a beautiful flower now and you start admiring that flower so much excessively, you are worshiping it. So when we look at nature, they look at how a volcano erupts, look at many things. They said, okay, well, which means there is something divine. That is how worship came. People started worshiping stones, worshiping all manner of things, worshiping their dead fathers because of the love and order. Before the man called Abraham came, and I say no, there is one creator.
My brother, I must interject here.
Hello?
If Abraham was the first man to worship one God, what will you talk about Adam that was having relationship with God, worshiping him? How do you qualify
Thank you very much.
Abraham and Adam, who came first? So let's leave
thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know that it was Moses that wrote about Genesis, and it was Moses that wrote about Adam and Eve. And if you go to the book of Adam, that Genesis, you discover that Adam was not the first man or the first human being that existed.
That is not my question. I mean, let's not go into this rabbit hole. I'm just trying to stop you from the track of saying that Abraham was the first man that worshipped one true God. I'm asking you, Adam was having a worship, according to that book, relationship of worship with one God Almighty every evening. And I know, according to the sequences, according to the Bible, Adam came before Abraham. That's all I'm trying to establish. So I'm not going to his creation or whatever, because that's a rabbit hole I'm not willing to go right now.
No, what you are saying is in line. But if you go to the Bible and check the history of the Bible, you discover that at a time the whole world worshipped idols. There was nothing. I'm not trying to object anybody or trying to make an argument, but what I'm trying to tell you is for us to know authenticity of the material we follow or the religion or whatever we try to practice, for us to see the realism with nature. Anyone that doesn't have a very strong realism with nature is nothing but superstition and falsehood. But if you check these ancient scriptures, you see that it has a lot of deep realism with nature. You understand? So, like, because if you go to this Abraham something, after you talk about the whole world becoming idol worshiper before Abraham came, then after Abraham, you now get Isaac, before Jacob, before God and Igbo people, and you now check Igbo cultures and start linking it back. You see that we have a lot of high level of connotations with what the scripture. I'm not talking about Bible, I'm not talking about what Europe brought to us, but the scripture, the raw scripture, you see that we have a lot of link to it. So with that alone, it can help us to organize our religion, like not our religion, this Omenala. What does Omenala mean? The practice of the land, what people of so place do. Like Omenala and Igbo, Omenala and Yoruba, what Yoruba people do, what Igbo people do. So now when we now come to this reality that this is how it is, this is the truth, then we now start sieving our Omenala in line with this ancient book that is in line with reality. Before you know it, you see, we will now come up with something beautiful. As our brother Mazi Johnathan was talking about Japanese people that came up with Shinto and all these things. We have to, what I'm trying to say in essence is, we have to be very careful when we are dealing with religious or spiritual matter, because these are matters that are
it's highly sensitive and sentimental. Yes.
Yes. So you have to be very careful, and when you are dealing with it, don't force your own idea on people, but just be ready to accept the raw truth as it is. Because like that was why I started with quoting Zephaniah chapter 3 verse 10, for you to see that these scriptures, I'm not talking of Bible, that the scripture will follow. It has a lot of things to do with the reality, even the political structure of the earth. So with that was what Constantine saw that made him to now fine tune.
I gave you 3 minutes, and now you are going to 8 minutes or 9 minutes. No, 10 minutes even. Okay. Please,
let me just conclude. Let me now conclude. That was what Constantine saw when he saw the power or the knowledge that was contained in the ancient scriptures. He now had to fine-tune it with what he now call Catholicism. That is universal religion. So if we see that this scripture has a lot of potence, we cannot fine-tune our Omenala in accordance with the scripture. And you see, we'll come up with something beautiful. And okay.
Thank you, Mazi. Thank you, Mazi. Another day, I will no more take any calls, please. I understand what our brother is trying to say, but let me say this, because what I don't accept normally is when you start mixing up things that are not historical facts. You are just saying something that maybe you had from your Sunday school teacher. What we preach, do you see the mentality in many of our people when it concerns this religion? This is where the problem comes. Because when you now start imposing, saying that, oh, my own is superior, so you start looking at others with disdain, and that is where the problem comes. Another person will say my own is superior. That is where the friction comes. That is why in everything I always say, just like our leader used to say, Biafra is our religion. Whether when do you used to bend down before praying, or do you used to raise one leg as you are praying? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What matters is our focal point, our focus, what we are doing, because all these things we are saying is the cause of problems and things that are putting us down. That is why we are trying to bear the facts, bear it. If they told look at when you read the things fall apart. If you told our people, our ancestors, that we are there 300 years back, 200 years back, that somebody, and if you are one of your future generations, progenitors, we now start defending. Now you start defending it, they will not believe it. That time, if you tell them that somebody will start coming to quote and defend that this is the superior before God and man, people that were there 200 years back will not believe it. The same thing, the same way, we now in this generation, if we allow this Fulani conquest to continue and overrun us, and now they place us under subjugation as Europeans placed us with this their ideology. In the next 200 years, you will see some people that will start coming to quote how even had it this, how even the write-up of Ottoman Danfodio, that it is they are the way, the truth, and the life. That they are the most peaceful people. That their own is superior. At that time. But they didn't know what passed now. That the people were slaughtered in order to put them in the state they shall be, that they are that time. The same way, people now, we didn't know what our great-grandfathers suffered in the hands of these foreigners that brought us this foreign religion. What we are trying to do is to make people understand that stop demonizing our natural religion. That is it. Because it's not inferior. It's you as a human being that is inferior, not the ideology or not our religion. One other, please, over to you. You are closing the mass before I conclude also. Go on, please. People are calling, but
okay,
I'm taking calls.
Yeah, I'm going to just take a few steps. One is this: what you are just trying to describe in the next 200, 300 years, Mazi, we don't have to wait for the next 200, 300 years. It's happening before us in Nigeria. That is the Hausas. If anybody had told the Hausas 100, 200 years, no, I don't even think it's up to 200 years ago, maybe 50 to 100 years ago, that they will now be ruled by the emirs who are Fulani.
The emirs defending the Fulani that are subjugated.
All the Fulani kings, there's Hausa kings, they're nothing like that now. They are being ruled by the Fulanis, and their culture has gradually changed to become the culture of the Fulanis. The Hausas in Nigeria now have no culture. What they have quietly embedded into them is Fulani culture. Okay, so they wouldn't have believed it. So that's what people must understand. Another thing I want to bring out, because I'm trying to use some points to close my argument today. My brother that talked about was trying to talk about some of the things he was saying. I agree, I don't agree about the scripture, the religion, and all that. The argument he was making, we didn't have time to do. I would have asked him, this thing he's talking about, Christian religion, how old is Christian religion? That's what people don't understand. This is not an old religion. So why are you trying to use something that is 3, 4, 5,000 years ago to compare or to make it as a statement of fact or something that has happened millions of years ago? Even if you go according to the Christian Bible, the creation of Adam, if you believe in that, when did it happen? Probably millions or billions of years ago. I don't know. We don't know, because nobody told you anything. The Bible didn't tell you that. So that is a mistake people are making. And that is why I ask people, if you believe that we are the ancient people, which is something he was trying to bring in, how then are you telling me that people who existed before this scripture of Abraham, you're telling me now the scripture of Abraham is better than what they were practicing or whatever, or they're in tune? It couldn't have been. So that's why I said it's a rabbit hole. There's something I would like to have a debate if somebody wants with them. So the argument we are making here is this: no race, no religion, no culture is superior than the other.
That's it.
Even when you come to natural selection, which is about evolution, there is no particular species of, let's go to animal kingdom or birds. There is no particular animal race, I can call it race or whatever, or species, I meant to say, species that is more superior than the other. But what happens is this: according to Darwin, during during evolution, the ones that survive because of natural phenomena, it could be disaster or anything, a particular species that survived because they were able to adapt to their new environment. They will be the ones that will survive. The other ones that did not have the ability, whether it was time factor or whatever, to adapt new measures or ways to function in their so-called new environment or whatever that has happened, they go into extinct. That's really what we are talking about. That's what is playing in human race. Any race that is not able to adapt, evolve into the new century as we are going on, their culture, which is who they are, will go into extent and they will cease to be. The geographical location may be there, will still be there, not me, will still be there. But the people, just like even if you go to Israel today, the people you are calling Israelites are not the original Jews. They are not. Most of them are not. So that is what people have to understand. So even where you have now Britain, even America here, who is an American? That's a question. The original people who are American, the American Indians, they are literally into extinction. The people that come out and say I'm American, they're not American Indians. You hardly hear about them, but they're the real indigenous of this country. So this is what we are talking about. We don't want to, because of race, because of religion, allow our culture to go into extinction, which is who we are. No particular individual or anything is more superior than the other. That's the argument we are bringing in. Any other thing is a different debate. Even my brother that called from Holland or somewhere. So that's what we're talking about here. Invoking Yeshua was a Jewish that practiced Jewish religion. He never said he came to institute a new religion. He never tried to institute any new religion. He never condemned the religion that was on the ground. The most he did was condemning the way they were practicing it. He said, I have come to set the crooked place straight. And there is something people are forgetting about that book. That's why there was a program I was on yesterday. I said, these people that claim to be Christians, they just read the book and then listen to what their ministers are telling them. Take out time and study. What we are doing here is to provoke your thought. Anything that come out here, do your research. Come to a conclusion. You will believe me, you will learn a lot of things. Don't take my words for it. Do not take the words of Mazi Johnathan for it. I'm not saying we are lying, but it's to provoke your mind to go into research, because that's when you will say this. What am I trying to invoke? This Christian Bible that they continue to invoke and talk about Yeshua this, Yeshua this. He was never a Christian. He never asked you to do anything like that. He just came in, lived as a Jewish man. He practiced every Jewish law, obeyed all of them. And he never gave any instructions. Even when he was confronted 1 or 2 times in the Bible, one was by a Gentile woman that came and said, my daughter was sick, I warned her. He said, I did not come for the Gentiles, I came for the Jews. I didn't write the Bible. He never told anybody he came for any other. He said, I came for my own race. That's the Bible. So this is something that happened after he was gone. People instituted it and started running with it. It has nothing to do with Yeshua. I'm not saying anybody should not invoke his name. People have the right to pray with whatever they want to pray with. You want to invoke Yeshua, you want to invoke Jesus, you want to go direct like I do. That's immaterial. The bottom line is that there is one universal God. And that universal God, if you believe, as philosophy, you want to believe in that. There's only one supreme being that created everything. And he gave every race, every tribe, their own way. Gave them their own dialect and language to access him. If God wanted this world to be unitary and, he would have made one language. He would have made one culture. There wouldn't have been different species of trees. There wouldn't have been different, that would have been like, whatever you find in America is what you find in my place in Omonoha. It would have been universal. But there's a reason he made things different according to your race, according to your tribe. And that is why wherever you have a child, the brain of man is wired in such a way, it will pick up that culture and the dialect where you expose that brain. That's what people have not thought about, the mystery of the brain. Wherever you expose the brain, it will adapt to nature. You are supposed to adapt to your environment and to the values in that environment. That's how I'm going to end today, Mazi. Thank you so much. I thank our audience. Great questions, great inputs today. I love the fiery that came in today. This is the only way we can learn. Provoke one another. Iron sharpeneth iron. God bless you all until we meet again this week by His grace, Mazi.
Thank you very much. Biafrans are lovers of freedom. Just like in order to add up to what we have been saying and to what one other said also, what we are doing here is thought-provoking. In order to activate your mind into making more researches. It is not to come and mix up things that you cannot even provide facts. Do you understand? That is what we are saying, what we are doing here. We have been immersed into teachings and dogmas that even if you ask questions, they will tell you, are you questioning God? They'll believe it like that. This time around, it should not be like that, please. That is the road that leads to enlightenment. Please. There is no religion that is superior to other or others. No religion. As I said before, it's just like language. Religion is like language. Every language is meant, the motive is for communication. Either you communicate with the person that understands, or the person learn in order to communicate. That is the reality. Religion is meant to attain spirituality. Religion is meant, it's man-made, created by man. That is one fact we should understand. So, in this case, in order for us to understand issues and to stop these divisions in our land, because we are talking about religion, or superiority of one religion, but in our land we are seeing that superiority of denomination inside the same religion. These are things that are bringing problems in our land. What should be superior to everything in our land is our nation, Biafra. That is what people should understand. Your religion, any other religion becomes secondary. The first religion should be Biafra, our nation, the service of our nation, so that we build it and build it like others. Do you understand me? But when you come, you start quoting, "Oh, my religion is the superior one because it doesn't kill." Who tell you? Christianity, what you call Christianity, it beats my understanding. When you carry the whole Bible and you start saying, "No, this is a Old Testament and this is new one," who made it old and who made it new? That is the question. Who made it old and who made it new? It's still the same thing. People that organize it, and they organize it for their own convenience. They use every one of it, but they organize their own for their own convenience. And we became brainwashed with it. And we continue reiterating it like that. This is the time we should start asking questions about many things concerning what we have been told, what we grew up with. I know it's not easy. It's not easy. It's just like somebody that is being trained in a family. He was an orphan, an adopted child. He didn't know that the parents are not his parents, his real biological parents. And when he grew up, people started telling him another thing. That no, these people you think that they are your parents, they are no more. They are not your real parents. Go and look for your parents. He will start asking questions. It will be a shock. That is what is happening in our lives and in the lives of many of us. What we grew up to, to accept as that is ultimate. And after we start asking questions, well, they say, no, don't put your leg there, don't ask question there. If you ask, you are a demon. All of a sudden, we started asking questions. Say, no, come. It's not like this. It's not like this. So, when our brother say, because he didn't kill, so he's good, he's superior. And I say, what are you talking about? Without killing, you are that is professing, quoting all this, you wouldn't have reached your hand. It wouldn't have reached your hand.
Hello, great people.
Without killing, there will be no conquest. Religion is also used as a tool. Why didn't we speak or become Buddhists? Because they didn't come to conquer us. The people that came, they imposed their own religion on us. The time they were doing the work, it was very hard, murderous. But all of a sudden, when they finished their work, after some generations, now we come to defend their atrocities in the name of religion. What we are meant to believe is very absurd. Honestly, it's the rule of the world anyway. But we need to remove ourselves from it. It's just like the way we are forced to be Nigerians. Now we continue defending it. We are Nigerians. But the creators had another thing in mind, and they stimulated that system. That thing, the reason why they created Nigeria, they stimulated it, and it was working for them. They want us to just cool down, be Nigerians instead of being ourselves, because Nigeria is killing us. Nigeria never allow us to unleash our potentials. Now we want to unleash our full potentials, but we cannot do it in Nigeria, because when you as a genus, somebody that you are a genus in one thing, but for you to be taken inside Nigerian setting, once they look at your name, is your Okaf, is Igbo name. They say no, Igbo man, no, they will not. You remember when there was one time one caller in this platform, he told a story. He said his father was working in a Jokuta steel industry. He's an engineer, whether in 1980s or 70s after the war, I don't know, I've forgotten. He said there, most of the people working there and doing very well are Igbos. But envy come, jealousy come. They say, oh boy, if we live like this, it's only Igbo. And not that they didn't merit it, they are the more competent hands. But because of Nigeria, they say, oh boy, we will not die for you people, Igbo, or everything Igbo. They systematically removed all Igbos there, almost all, and replaced them with incompetent hands. And the Ajokuta steel industry is still today. That is, he said that time his father just with annoyance he migrated to America. Is that the country we want to be? If we allow this, a time will come, we will be even defending our conquerors. That is what is happening in our head. I know religion is a very sentimental issue. It's not easy. But we allow, I always challenge people listening to me. If you are listening, don't listen with one-sided mind. Open your heart. When you are doing so, ask questions with open hearts. Make your researches with open hearts. You understand? It's not everything that we are told that was truth. It's not everything that we are told. So this issue of my religion is superior, once you don't, is the only way, that is the cause of problems everywhere. Is the cause of confusions, even in families. In our land today, father and mother, this one will be going to one church, one denomination, another one will be going to another denomination. Most of the time there will be frictions. Sometimes in our land, one denomination is not allowed to marry another person from another denomination, and you think it's normal. The cause is this type of mentality. You must come to my side. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu created a standard, and that standard, the most religion is our number one religion should be Biafra. Not whether this person is praying in using Yahushua or Shohayua. I don't know. All those things doesn't is secondary, should be secondary. If we open our minds and allow it to be secondary, before God and man, we will not have no problems among ourselves. We will never have problems among ourselves. I saw a photo in social media where two Israeli soldiers, they were praying. One was, they were having they put their, one is a Muslim, the other one is practicing Judaism or Christian, I don't know. But the way he's standing, I think he's he's practicing Judaism, yes. But the other one was kneeling down with his mat, his gun put apart. The other one was standing as they used to do, doing his gun also apart. So they were praying, but they have one. That religion does not prevent them from focusing on their number one religion, which is their country. That is what we should understand. If we continue to these details, something that you are, if it is not because of conquest, you will not be speaking like that. You will not even be defending them. It's just through conquest. Do you understand me? If somebody that say that it's Christianity that helped in building schools everywhere, or build schools everywhere, I don't know how he got this ideology. It's what he's being told. Yes, Europeans is a Christian continent per se. It became their identity because a time came they acknowledge, they accept Christianity as their identity. It becomes their culture because they were forced in order to accept it under many Roman empires, Roman rulers. And after some time, it becomes all of them now accepted Christianity as their identity or their identities. They are the first people to become enlightened. You understand? In this our modern era. Now, if you are going to conquer, for example, if you are going to conquest, you conquer some people, you must leave a footprint in that people. That is what we are seeing today. Arabs, they did the same. They did the same. They conquered and left their footprints. Some countries are using Arabic as their schools, in their schools as languages, and their means of studies. That is the reality. So, until we open our minds and become real, accept enlightenment, that we should grow above religion. I say we grow above religion. I'm not saying that we quit religion. No, we quit these religions. No, you practice religion just like one of our brothers used to say he's a Christian per se, just like me also. If you are going to church, you go with your brain. Not everything, because mixing with people is also a good thing. It's good. You shouldn't be isolated. If church is where you mix with people, it's okay. Sometimes you can learn one thing or the other in the gathering. That is the truth. So, it is not that we are not against any religion. No, never. But we want our people to understand some facts. Religion, there is no religion that is superior to any other one. All are the same. The only thing that makes one to be, you see it as superior. No, it is the people. The people that handled it, that brought it to you because they conquered you. Now you are seeing them as a standard. Now, that is why anything concerning them, including English, if somebody, we check somebody, we say, he speaks good English, so he's educated. Do you see? Do you see it? As you don't speak English, maybe people, no, he's not educated. And once we cancel you, you are not educated, which means you don't have anything in your, that is the thinking of some people. You don't have anything in your brain. You cannot contribute nothing, which is lie. It's not the reality. There are some people that didn't go to formal school, But when you near them, they are wise. They will be telling you words of wisdom. That is the reality. So, but because those that conquered us, they speak English, and they left their footprint on us. We always take standard on anything concerning them, including their language, their religion. You say, is the best. Do you understand? So what we are saying is, it is a high time for us to be thinking before doing things, because all these are things, most of them causes problem. When you don't have any right to call your fellow brother, father, mother, brethren an unbeliever. No, I don't know. It is a word that came from foreigners. Now they put it in us. Now you know when you call him an unbeliever, that is because he is not practicing what you are practicing. There is no difference between you and the Muslims you are calling infidel. It's the same thing. You understand? So we should be wise. Thank you for listening. Tomorrow is another day. But know that Biafra is our religion. Biafra is where we worship. From me, from here, it is simply good evening.
Organic.